Hello, YouTube peoples. I am Insane Lane, and welcome to Book Club. I'm still sending out invitations, but we needed to get things started. We got a lot to cover tonight. I'm hoping there's emails because we got 2 long chapters back to back, so we may bail a little early, but we'll see. Hopefully all goes according to plan. I'm still not 100%, so my voice may get a little wonky here and there. I'm hoping it holds out and that I don't have my 47th sneezing attack of the day. It's been a lot of sneezing. It's been a long few days. I forgot to turn the bleeping timer on, damn it. I always forget something. Always something. I almost forgot my tie. I put my makeup on and then immediately forgot that I had just put my makeup on and picked up the dog, which led to him licking the makeup off because he thinks that's his job. I've tried explaining to him that, makeup is not the same as my face being dirty, so he doesn't need to clean me. He disagrees, though. And, he's just so adorable that it's really hard to, scold him when he's licking my face and being all cute and gives me the, what, I'm helping face. And he really thinks that he is. He does. So I was racking my brain trying to remember what happened since it's been 2 weeks, which is harder. For the longest time, I could not remember a single thing that happened last week. And I'm like, wait, wasn't I really mad last week? Wasn't I really, really mad about something? Shouldn't I remember what that was? Oh, yeah, it was an undeniably rape scene, which, by the way, people are still disagreeing with me on various points of that scene, saying that it is not outright rape. You are wrong. I'm going to say that again. You are wrong. People who are saying that, you're wrong. It definitely was. It's not anywhere near like being in the gray zone. And it's just, yeah. If you can defend that, there's a reason I'm not in a relationship with you. And then, of course, we had what almost could have been a cliffhanger if it wasn't so pathetic, where her boss, who's been progressively becoming more of an ass the entire time she's worked there. And I put work in quotes because she does not do anything at her job except email fight with her boyfriend. She doesn't actually work. So her boss has every reason to be calling her into his office and saying, hey, you suck at your job. But of course, because this is a terrible book, other things will happen that are going to piss me off, and then the response to them is going to piss me off. So be warned, we are going to be spitting fire early tonight. All right, I think that's long enough. All rise for the national anthem and pet a fur baby.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they go, oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you. Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, no thank you, then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, yes, please, that's kind of you. And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind. and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, but you wanted tea last week, or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, but you wanted tea last night. If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
You know what? I just realized I forgot. I forgot to get Ralph out of the bag. But we're not on camera yet, so I'm not counting it as an official fuck up. Ah! Okay, I knew I should have cleaned my desk. Okay, can't see the buttons, because there's duck stage in my way. And here's a duck! Quack, 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 quack! Meow. Everybody say hi to Ralph. He's still hoping for some friends, because he's got quite a big stage all to himself, with our lovely, lovely rainbows and our maple leaves, because they are awesome. Wow, I didn't realize so much of my background is actually on camera. Can you tell the place is a bit of a mess right now? My apologies for having a trashy background, but I live at my desk, therefore it's always chaos. This is actually improvement. My entire kitchen is sparkly and my laundry is ready to do on Monday, but the desk hasn't been gotten to yet. Plus, even when it's clean, it tends to look like a disaster area. You know, I knew it was a mistake to build such a huge desk because it would end up constantly being cluttered and etc. And guess what? I was right. But there we have our ducks in a row. So hopefully that is good. Just to remind everyone, PayPal links should be at the top. Hopefully next week I will have Stream Elements working. I think I know what was going on wrong with that. I haven't looked into it in weeks, but I did look into it. I think I know what was wrong with it. Hopefully it will be working. I'm waiting on them to get back to me to make sure I was right about something before I try it again. So hopefully I was right. Hopefully it's fixed. Oh, I did scratch myself, didn't I? Shoot. Oh well, at least the winter dry skin is going away. Or summer dry skin. Winter dry skin's a whole other thing. But for some reason it's not as bad. Okay, so we left off with email fighting with her boyfriend after he was the ultimate jerk and pulled the ultimate gaslighting of baby don't leave me because I'll get on my knees for you, which was all complete bullshit and I don't believe him for a second. But she's an idiot and she fell for it and then allowed him to do very horrible things in the middle of the night after he blamed her for him having a nightmare when she got up for a glass of water. Because that's how that works. So then we have her boss saying, you suck at your job, so let's talk about it. But of course he has to do it in a really creepy way because he's named after Jekyll and Hyde. I can never get over how lame that is. Like, you could have called him, like, anything, and it would have been better than that. And I know you think you're clever doing the tip of the hat to old London, but come on. And depending on which version, Jekyll and Hyde were not always evil. There's different versions. There's versions where he's like a murderer. There's versions where he's not. There's versions where like Hyde is just insane instead of violent. So, and of course it's been done. It's been out of copyright for like 100 years, so it's been done so much. Though somehow this character is still worse than Russell Crowe in the Tom Cruise Mummy movie, which should never be mentioned because it's a horrible, horrible movie. The trailer that came out with only partial sound clipped in was better, because at least that was funny. And then they want to say, oh, the movie had poor returns because of the leaked bad footage. It's like, no. The movie had poor returns because it's a terrible, terrible movie and you screwed up every single thing. It's also really weirdly insulting to military, which usually big blockbusters are like, usually they hero worship the military to the point of like Michael Bay levels of nausea. But not the Mummy. No, they're complete jerks and criminals. But anyway, we're now so now we have our doughy-eyed female who is trapped in the office with the big bad scary monster. And oh no, what's she gonna do? Where's somebody with a penis to save her? Oh, I forgot to run down the tiers. Okay, because I was talking about PayPal and I got distracted with. I get distracted by things, people. Okay, so the tiers for this evening, as always, if we get to $10 overall donations, there will be a duck drawn at random out of the bag, and whoever. I am not going to hack my head off tonight, I swear to God. And whoever gave the $10, you get to name the duck, whichever duck gets randomly pulled out of the bag. I haven't seen them all yet. I don't know what all of them are, and it really is at random, so if there's like a particular one you want, sorry. If we get to $25, I will put on these official 50 Shades of Grey handcuffs. Yes, they really are. See the part where they say you are mine, because that's really creepy. Also, these things are impossible to clean. I have been trying. I even sprayed oven cleaner on these because they're like chrome or whatever, so I figured oven cleaner, right? No. They've got some kind of finish on them that when it gets like sweaty, it doesn't want to come off. Never had this problem with handcuffs before, and I own like probably 30 or 40 pairs of handcuffs. And that's specifically handcuffs, not other types of cuffs. So for $25, I will put these on until the end of the current chapter or the end of the book if we're that close. And if by some miracle or Santa Claus drops out of the sky and we get to $50, I will chug an entire glass of wine and possibly vomit. So there's that. And if anybody would like to vacuum out my head, that is something I would really appreciate. Not going to wipe off the eye makeup again. Okay, gonna keep my hands off my face. I've had to redo the makeup 3 times already because of the dog. And I know he really thinks that he's helping, but he's not. Alright, here we go. This time for sure. Really. No more ranting for at least a page. Chapter 16. Jack's eyes flash the darkest blue, and he sneers as he casts a leering look down my. I can't even. I'm done already. I'm done. I'm so broken already. One line. How could you be this terrible in one line? Toothpaste? Really? Are you being serious? Does it actually work? So I was thinking like trying vinegar or something. Because it's whatever coating is on them. It won't come clean. Fear chokes me. What is this? What does he want? How about he would like you to do your job? Which the entire time you've been at work, the only thing that counts as work we've actually seen her do is get lunch. From somewhere deep inside, and despite my dry mouth, I find the resolve and courage to squeeze out some words. Don't use the word squeeze like that, not in this context, you. My self-defense class My self-defense class, keep them talking mantra circling my brain like an ethereal sentinel. That is not in any self-defense class I've taken. That's the response to somebody who's like on a ledge, not somebody who's trying to assault you in a locked room. Jack, now might not be a good time for this. Your cab is due in 10 minutes and I need to give you all your documents. My voice is quiet but hoarse, betraying me. Yeah, how about you tell him open the fucking door or I'm going to stab you with this letter opener. Like, this is my point, ladies. You don't need to play these fucking games. If you're in danger in this situation, do not do this bullshit. Find a pointy object, get control of it, and get out of the room. If you need to stab somebody to do that, so be it. He smiles, and it's a despondent fuck you smile that finally touches his eyes. They glint in the harsh fluorescent glow of the strip light above us in the drab windowless room. Really? He's editor-in-chief and his office doesn't have a window? That sucks. He takes a step towards me, glaring, his eyes never leaving mine. His pupils are dilating as I watch the black eclipsing the blue. I'm sorry, did he just, like, do a shot of heroin or something between lines? Because I'm sorry, I know that you are literally casting him as a literal, like, movie mythical monster here, but I'm sorry, human beings, their pupils do not actually super expand and turn their whole eyes black when they're being evil like a cartoon. That is 100% out of a cartoon. You know, they should have CGI'd that in the movies. It would have made it better. It would have made it better if that happened in the movies and they gave him like bulging veins in his face and like red glowing eyes or some shit. It would have been better. Oh no, my fear escalates. Honey, how much more room do you have? How dumb are you? You know I had to fight with Elizabeth to give you this job. His voice trails off as he takes another step towards me, and I step back against the dingy wall cupboards. Dingy wall cupboards? What? What? I don't know. Keep him talking, keep him talking, keep him talking. Pick up a heavy object, you dumb bitch. Jack, what exactly is your problem? If you want to air your grievances, then perhaps we should ask HR to get involved. We could do it with Elizabeth in a more formal setting. Where's security? Are they in the building yet? I assume so. I also assume they're in the lobby, and unless you have a panic button, how are they going to know you need help? Telekinesis? We don't need HR to overmanage this situation, Anna, he sneers. When I hired you, I thought you would be a hard worker. I thought you had potential, but now I don't know. You become distracted and sloppy. And I wondered, is it your boyfriend who's leading you astray? He says boyfriend with chilling contempt. Yes, it is her boyfriend leading her astray. And by the way, even though Jack is being a complete creepy, like, asshole here, he's also not wrong. She is terrible at her job and hardly does any work and spends all her time email fighting with her boyfriend. I'd be having words too. Plus, she's worked there for like 2 weeks and she's taken multiple days off to like go sailing with her boyfriend and other like, oh, sorry, we're being hunted by a stalker, so I'm literally trapped in the apartment. Like, how does she still have a job? I finally decided to check through your email account to see if I could find any clues. And you know what I found, Anna? What was out of place? The only personal emails in your account were to your hotshot boyfriend. Is he considered a hotshot at what he does? We're not even sure what he does. He pauses, assessing my reaction, and I got to thinking, where are the emails from him? There are none. Nada. Nothing. So what's going on, Anna? How come his emails to you aren't in our system? Are you some company spy planted here by Gray's organization? Is that what this is? Okay, I get where her boss is. I get where he's getting it, that there could be like corporate espionage going on. There's obviously some kind of spyware. situation with the emails. Also, Christian Grey is the biggest ass in the world if he's so concerned about the emails, which he's yelled at her like 6 times for using her work email address to fight with him over their various personal bullshit. And he said that because he now owns the company, he was making a phone call and making sure that his emails would be deleted from now on so they wouldn't be on the servers. Yet apparently he didn't do the same for hers. Like, what? He's so concerned about their personal shit, like, getting made public, and yet, like, she says a lot more in her emails than his. If you have hers, you know everything. So, I'm not sure where he is, like, just deleting his emails doesn't do any good. This is the wrong thing to do. Holy shit, emails. Oh no. What have I said? Everything. Jack, what are you talking about? I try for bewildered, and I'm pretty convincing. This conversation's not going as I expected, and I don't trust him in the slightest. Some subliminal pheromone that Jack is exuding has me on high alert. Oh, she definitely stole that from like a perfume commercial or some shit. This man is angry, volatile, and totally unpredictable. I think that might actually be from the original Jekyll and Hyde book. I try to reason with him. You just said you had to persuade Elizabeth to hire me, so how could I be planted as a spy? Make up your mind, Jack. But Gray fucked the New York trip, didn't he? Oh shit. How did he manage that, Anna? What did your rich Ivy League boyfriend do? Okay, can we tell he has a problem with Christian Grey? What little blood remains in my face drains away, and I think I'm going to faint. I don't know what you're talking about, Jack. I whisper. Your cab will be here shortly. Shall I fetch your things? Oh, please, let me go. Stop this. How about you say that part out loud, you dumb bitch? Seriously, even if they are the only ones left in the building, which unlikely because it's literally like 10 minutes to the end of the day, so everybody's still going to be there. Tell your jag off of a boss to open the door before you scream bloody murder and start throwing things at him. Like, literally, she's supposedly afraid of him. He has her cornered. She suspects, like, foul play is about to occur. And she's doing absolutely nothing whatsoever to defend herself here. Like, come on. Jack continues, enjoying my discomfort. Well, she must be really turned on then because she likes that. And he thinks I'd make a pass at you. He smirks and his eyes heat. Well, I want you to think about something while I'm in New York. I gave you this job and I expect you to show me some gratitude. In fact, I'm entitled to it. Oh. And he's supposed to be being juxtaposed to be like evil Christian Grey. I'm not picking up any differences here. I had to fight to get you. Elizabeth wanted someone better qualified. Shock. But I saw something in you. So we need to work out a deal. A deal where you keep me happy. Do you understand what I'm saying, Anna? This is like the scene with the social worker guy and girl with the dragon tattoo. Fuck. Look at it as if redefining your job description, if you like. Why is she still in the room? Why? Why would you even let him get this far? Why would you even listen to this? Like, you know the next sentence out of his mouth is going to be like, get on your knees. So, why are you still in the room? And if you keep me happy, I won't dig in any further into how your boyfriend is pulling strings, milking his contacts, or cashing in some favors from one of his Ivy League frat boy sycophants. Do we think Christian Grey had any friends in college? No, he didn't, and he dropped out. We know this, so he doesn't actually have an Ivy League degree or any degree. He went to college for like a year and a half and quit. And seriously, does Christian Grey strike you as the type of person that would be in a frat? Hell no. I mean, he'd fit right in because most frat boys are violent psychopaths, but, you know, I'm saying he had other things to be doing, like Elena. My mouth drops open. He's blackmailing me for sex? And you're shocked by this how? And what can I say? News of Christian's takeover is embargoed for another 3 weeks. I can barely believe this. Sex. With me. Why is there a pause there? No, he wants to fuck your purse. What? Like, and seriously, you're not gonna say, okay, you just committed sexual harassment. My boyfriend owns the company. Pack your desk. You're definitely gone. Because why? Like, I'm sorry, some stupid embargo on business news is not going to prevent me from pulling the ultimate in your face card right now, especially if I'm needing to protect myself. Jack moves closer until he's standing right in front of me, staring down into my eyes. His cloying, sweet cologne invades my nostrils. It's nauseating, and if I'm not mistaken, the bitter stench of alcohol is on his breath. Fuck, he's been drinking. When? He has a private office anytime he damn well pleases. Do you know how many men's offices have a bar in them? A lot. Okay, I forgot the language in this gets twisted. You're such a tight ass cock blocking prick tease, you know, Anna? He whispers through clenched teeth. What? Prick tease? Me? I feel like these are more British than like American terms. Because I've heard of cock blocking and I've heard of like tight ass, but I've never heard prick tease. I feel like that's very British. Jack, I have no idea what you're talking about, I whisper as I feel the adrenaline surge through my body. He's closer now. I'm waiting to make my move. Ray will be proud. Ray taught me what to do. Ray knows his self defense. We needed to start 3 sentences in a row with this guy's name. Just in case we've forgotten that he exists, which you should, because he's been mentioned twice. If Jack touches me, if he even breathes too close to me, I will take him down. You are not capable of that. My breath is shallow. I must not faint. I must not faint. If you're about to faint, yeah, if you swing on somebody, you are going to pass out. See, this is where the author can't make up her mind. Either she's really strong and independent and can defend herself, or she's the poor, weak, helpless little thing that needs Christian Grey to rescue her. And so she's going to try and do both, and they're both going to suck. Look at you. He gives me a leering look. You're so turned on, I can tell. You really led me on. Deep down, you want it. I know it. This is like, what's his name in the Schindler's List? The commandant guy, uh, the Ray Fiennes. He was playing somebody real too. He was playing a real person who really was like a complete bastard. Don't remember who he played. But he's got the Jewish maid that he's obsessed with, and he's like infatuated and like in lust with her, and then he blames her and like basically calls her a witch and beats the crap out of her. This is what Jack is sounding like right now. Holy fuck. The man is completely delusional. My fear rises to DEFCON 1, threatening to overwhelm me. No, Jack, I've never led you on. This is true. You have, you prick-teasing bitch. I can read the signs. The signs that say this way to the local liquor store. Okay, 1 second. Okay. Hopefully I can breathe. Okay. Also gotta stop hitting shift and space at the same time because that just makes a new line and doesn't actually send. And then you think you sent something and you didn't. And you go, why isn't this person getting back to me? And then it's like, oh, because I didn't hit send. Oops. Reaching up, he gently strokes my face with the back of his knuckles, down to my chin. His index finger strokes my throat and my heart leaps into my mouth as I fight my gag reflex. Why are you letting him touch you? You said the second he touched you, you would lay him out. Where is the laying him out and the defending yourself part? He reaches the dip at the base of my neck, where the top button of my black shirt is open, and presses his hand against my chest. You want me. Admit it, Anna. Waiting for her to take him down. Any second now. Now he's groping her chest, and she's still standing there doing nothing. Keeping my eyes firmly fixed on his and concentrating on what I have to do rather than my mushrooming revulsion and dread, I place my hand gently over his in a caress. He smiles in triumph, and I grab his little finger and twist it back, pulling it sharply down backwards to his hip. That is an actual legit self-defense move. Don't try to grab somebody's whole hand, get a hold of one finger, and crank it back until you hear it snap. They will let go of you. Though not the right move in this case, because she should have stopped it before it ever got this far. Arg! He cries out in pain and surprise, and he leans off balance. I bring my knees swift and hard up into his groin and make perfect contact with my goal. We can say penis like in every other scene except for this one for some reason. Can't just say she need him in the balls. It is legitimately the best moment in the entire movie. I usually run it back and watch it 5 or 6 times. It is legitimately the only good moment in that entire movie. It would only be better if she was doing it to Gray. Okay, I said no hacking. I dodge deftly to my left as his knees buckle and he collapses with a groan onto the kitchen floor, grasping himself between his legs. Don't you ever touch me again, I snarl at him. Your itinerary and the brochures are packaged on my desk. I'm going home now. Have a nice trip and in the future get your own damn coffee. Okay, bitch, he just tried to rape you, and your response after you have taken him down, which is momentary, he can get back up and grab you in about 2 seconds, is to say, yeah, your itinerary is over there. How are you not immediately thinking that he's fired? How are you not, like, demanding that he be fired right now, or arrested, or both? Oh yeah, police don't exist in this world. That's actually true, I swear. But you sure as fuck would not be telling someone, oh yeah, I finished your trip plans, they're on your desk, and you can get your own coffee. Ugh. You fucking bitch. She half screams, half groans at me, but I'm already out the door. I run full tilt to my desk, grab my jacket and my purse, and dash to reception, ignoring the moans and cursing emanating from the bastard still prone on the kitchen floor. Seriously, did everybody like leave the building like right at the stroke of 5? Nobody's lingering. Nobody's like still waiting for an elevator. I burst out of the building and stop for a minute as the cool air hits my face. I take a deep breath and compose myself. But I haven't eaten all day, and as the very unwelcome surge of adrenaline recedes, my legs give out beneath me and I sink to the ground. I watch with mild detachment the slow motion movie that plays out in front of me. Christian and Taylor in dark suits and white shirts leaping out of the waiting car and running towards me. Christian sinks to his knees at my side. On some unconscious level, all I can think is, he's here. My love is here. And now I want to barf. Because, of course, he has to be the answer to just everything and just show up at exactly the right moment to play the big strapping hero. Even though this is like the end of Ever After, where the prince shows up after the fact. Okay? He missed the main event. Ugh. Why does that taste so bitter? I mean, I know wine can go bad, but this is, like, brand new, so not sure why that tastes so bitter. Never been exactly sure if wine actually goes bad or if it just has like a best before, or like it just doesn't taste as good after a while. Anna, what's wrong? He scoops me into his lap, running his hands up and down my arms, checking for any signs of injury. Grabbing my head between his hands, he stares with wide, terrified gray eyes into mine. I sag against him, suddenly overwhelmed with relief and fatigue. Oh, Christian's arms. There's no place I'd rather be. This is so undeserved. I'm drinking Pinot Gris crossed Chardonnay white, extremely cheap. Which is also probably why it's bitter, because it is super, super cheap. Hannah, he shakes me gently. What's wrong? Are you sick? I shake my head as I realize I need to start communicating. Jack, I whisper, and I sense rather than see Christian's swift glance at Taylor, who abruptly disappears into the building. Fuck. Christian enfolds me in his arms. What did that sleazeball do to you? Like, what is your bodyguard about to go do to him? Like, seriously, this is where Jack should have just disappeared from the story and never been seen again because Taylor has disposed of his body in a dumpster somewhere. Because y'all know that is what happens in the real world. In the real world, Jack Hyde is never heard from again. And, Taylor buried him with all the other submissives, making 11. Well, 12 of them we think Layla's really dead, not getting help. So I think she gets mentioned later, so I think she's still confirmed to be alive. And from somewhere just the right side of crazy, a giggle bubbles in my throat. I recall Jack's utter shock as I grabbed his finger. It's what I did to him. I start giggling and I can't stop. Anna, Christian shakes me again, and my giggle fit ceases. Did he touch you? Only once. Christian's muscles bunch and tense as rage sweeps through him. He stands up swiftly, powerfully, rock steady, with me in his arms. He's furious. No. Where is that fucker? Is he picking her up? Is he standing in the street, like, cradling her right now? I have this image. I'll be right back. Okay, that was supposed to clear my head, and it did not. I apologize for all the snipping, but it cannot be helped. Ugh. It's kind of required for breathing at the moment. From inside the building, we hear muffled shouting. Christian sets me on my feet. So yes, he literally was cradling her in his arms in the middle of the street. And still, nobody whips out their phone to take a picture of this. Can you stand? I nod. Don't go in. Don't, Christian. Suddenly my fear is back. Fear of what Christian will do to Jack. What's his bodyguard doing right now? You're a little late on this concern. Get in the car. He barks at me. Christian, no. I grab his arm. Get in the goddamn car, Anna. He shakes me off. No, please, I plead with him. Stay, don't leave me on my own. I deploy my ultimate weapon. Getting naked and crying? Seething, Christian runs his hand through his hair and glares down at me, clearly racked with indecision. The shouting inside the building escalates, and then he stops suddenly. Oh no, what has Taylor done? Christian fishes out his Blackberry. Christian, he has my emails. What? My emails to you. He wanted to know where your emails to me were. He was trying to blackmail me. Christian's look is murderous. What exactly was he going to blackmail her with? Just the fact that they're in a relationship? That they're in a somewhat kinky relationship? Like, I'm sorry, but I'm not sure what Jack was thinking he had the goods on there. If all he had was her side of the emails, which what? He was planning to embarrass her? Embarrass Christian Grey? What? Like, I don't make any secrets of that kind of stuff, so maybe I don't get it, but I'm not seeing what exactly he had that was worthy of, like, blackmail material. Fuck, he sputters and narrows his eyes. He punches a number into his Blackberry. Oh no, I'm in trouble. Who's he calling? Yes, the response to being sexually assaulted and attacked by your boss and then your boyfriend wanting to commit murder is, oh no, I'm in trouble, because that makes perfect sense if Christian Grey is your boyfriend. Because God forbid he should actually be comforting in a moment like this. No, he has to be angry. Barney, Gray, I need you to access the SIP main server and wipe all Anastasia Steele's emails to me. See, if you'd done this in the first place, then this would not have happened. And we know that he is smart enough to do this, so, like, this is just really dumb. Then access the personal data files of Jack Hyde and check they aren't stored there. If they are, wipe them. Yes, all of them. Now let me know when it's done. He stabs the off button and then dials another number. Roach, Gray, Hyde. I want him out. Now. This minute. Call security, get him to clear his desk immediately, or I will liquidate this company first thing in the morning. You already have all the justification you need to give him his pink slip. Do you understand? He listens briefly and hangs up, seemingly satisfied. Yes, you have justification to fire him, but if this is the person writing the actual "you're fired" letter, don't you think you should tell them why? You know, they might need to actually know why they're firing someone who definitely has a contract and could sue them for wrongful termination if they don't have a good reason. Which the guy who owns the company calling and saying, hey, fire this guy because I said so, does not count as a good reason. Blackberry, he hisses at me through clenched teeth. Please don't be mad at me. I blink up at him. I'm so mad at you right now. He snarls once more and sweeps his hand through his hair. Get in the car. Okay, this is the response. This is. Okay, I'm trying to hold it back. But no, I'm getting this out right now. I'll try and only say it once. It's not going to happen, but I'm going to try. Christian Grey is the worst fucking boyfriend in the history of ever, as well as just being a horrible human being. All she needs in the world is, like, this much understanding and compassion right now. She's just been violently attacked. She was sexually assaulted. She was threatened. She's scared. And his response has been anger, anger, anger. It's your fault. It's your fault. It's your fault. It's your fault. Anger, 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 anger. Bark. Do as I'm telling you. Get in the car. And she's standing there putting up with it. She's putting up with his utter fucking bullshit. I'm not only blaming her for creating this entire situation, which I'm not saying she's not an idiot about the work job thing, the email. She is an idiot for that. So is he. He's equally stupid. He could have prevented this too. But it's not her fault that her boss is a pervert or a criminal or tried to blackmail her. None of that is her fault. Nor is it her fault that you're mad right now, but your extreme rage and want to murder somebody is not what she needs right now. But, of course, for him to feel any other way or even act any other way, regardless of what he's feeling, would would require that he acknowledge somebody else on planet Earth exists. And whatever else Christian Grey is, he is one hell of a narcissist, because he is all there is on planet Earth. That's why he couldn't understand her saying no when he wanted sex, because he's an immature toddler, and he wants what he wants when he wants it, and he's used to getting it, and that's it. He's pure id. No, like, super ego, no chill, nothing. Just pure id. It wants what it wants when it wants it, and that's it. Like, he just never grew the fuck up. So, of course, he's going to be mad at her because it's all her fault, and now I have to deal with blah, 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 blah. He's an ass. But the fact that she's putting up with it, like, this whole section, the last 2 chapters before it, and this chapter, and possibly the next one, this is the section that is, like, the worst in terms of the messaging. Because everything in all 3 parts, all the various things, from her wanting to leave after being confronted with a stalker and a gun, to thinking that he's cheating on her but never having a conversation about it, to his ultimate gaslighting when he got on his knees and did the whole feel sorry for me because I'm a tortured soul thing bullshit, all of which was pure manipulation. I will never feel any other way. None of that was genuine. None of that was sincere or real. That was all an act by him to keep her from leaving and try and get her further under his control by proposing, which worked, because not only did she not leave, when she didn't want sex, he still did it, and she didn't do anything about it. So he now knows that he can do that whenever he wants. He officially has full control and ownership over her body. And since he seems to control most of her waking thoughts too, he's really most of the way there. Okay, not gonna sneeze. The other day, petting Thomas, and I sneezed, and he gave me such a look. Like he wasn't sure what just happened and whether he needed to run or not. He did ultimately decide on run, which I was sad for because he was purring, getting his head scritched. Christian, please, get in the fucking car, Anastasia, or so help me, I'll put you in there myself. And she knows he'll do it because he's done it before. He threatens, his eyes blazing with fury. Oh shit. Don't do anything stupid, please, I beg. Stupid, he explodes. I told you to use your fucking BlackBerry. Don't talk to me about stupid. Get in the motherfucking car, Anastasia, now. So he just called her stupid. He's not only victim blaming, he's actively insulting her. We're supposed to like him, right? He's supposed to be the guy that all the girls reading this fall in love with, right? His girlfriend just got attacked and he just blamed her for it and called her stupid. Someday somebody's got to explain to me what I'm supposed to see in this guy, other than the bank account and the 12-inch penis. He snarls and a frisson of fear runs through me. This is very angry Christian. I've not seen him this mad before. He's barely holding on to his self-control. What self-control? Bullshit, he has self-control right now. He's shouting in public. Okay, I mutter, placating him. But please, be careful. Pressing his lips together in a hard line, he points angrily to the car, glaring at me. Geez, okay, I get the message. Please be careful. I don't want anything to happen to you. It would kill me, I murmur. Yeah, neither of you is allowed to say that. He blinks rapidly and stills, lowering his arm while he takes a deep breath. I'll be careful, he says, his eyes softening. Oh, thank the Lord. His eyes burn into me as I head into the car, open the front passenger door, and climb in. Once I'm safely in the comfort of the Audi, he disappears into the building and my heart leaps again into my throat. What is he planning to do? Probably throw Jack Hyde out a window, not saying I'd say no. I sit and wait, and wait, and wait. 5 eternal minutes. Jack's cab pulls up in front of the Audi. 10 minutes. 15. Geez, what are they doing in there? And how is Taylor? The wait is agonizing. I think Taylor can take care of himself. 25 minutes later, Jack emerges from the building clutching a cardboard storage box. Behind him is the security guard. Where was he earlier? Yes, why wasn't he randomly in the kitchen on a random floor of the office building? Yeah, really, I'm not blaming security for this. And after them come Christian and Taylor. Jack looks sick. He heads straight for the cab, and I'm grateful for the Audi's heavily tinted windows so he cannot see me. The cab drives off, presumably not to SeaTac, as Christian and Taylor reach the car. Opening the driver's door, Christian slides smoothly into the seat, presumably because I'm in the front, and Taylor gets in behind me. Neither of them says a word as Christian starts the car and pulls out into traffic. I risk a quick glance at 50. Why would you nickname your boyfriend over the dumbest line? His mouth is set in a firm line, but he seems distracted. The car phone rings. Gray, Christian snaps. Mr. Gray, Barney here. Barney, I'm on speakerphone and there are others in the car, Christian warns. Sir, it's all done, but I need to talk to you about what else I found on Mr. Hyde's computer. Because, of course, you always keep your secret evil plans on your work computer that other people can access. I'll call you when I reach my destination. And thanks, Barney. No problem, Mr. Gray. Barney hangs up. He sounds much younger than I expected. What else is on Jack's computer? Are you talking to me? I ask quietly. Christian glares at me before fixing his eyes back on the road, and I can tell he's still mad. No, he mutters sullenly. So now he's not talking to her. Okay, seriously, like, do I even need to say that he's acting more and more like a toddler? Because now he's doing the I'm not talking to you thing, which I'm sorry, grown-ass adults don't get to fucking do that. You want to be an adult and be in a relationship, a lot of that is talking about things when you don't want to. Oh, there we go. How childish. See, even the book knows he's acting like an idiot brat. I wrap my arms around myself and stare unseeingly out the window. Perhaps I should just ask him to drop me off at my apartment. There's not a chance in hell he's gonna do that. Then he can not talk to me from the safety of a Scala and save us both the inevitable quarrel. But even as I think it, I know I don't want to leave him to brood. Not after yesterday. There we go. There it is. There it is. There's the payoff. There's the payoff. There's the fucking payoff to his epic gaslighting show right there. She is now afraid to leave him alone because he's so hurt and fragile and emotionally tormented that he'll just completely dissolve and fall apart and become non-functioning, kneeling on the floor without her constant presence to take care of him. Why doesn't he just drop the charade and call her mommy already? I guarantee you he's definitely called past subs mommy while, like, fucking them in the ass or something. I guarantee it. I swear my head's not going to explode. I swear my head's not going to explode. I swear my head's not going to explode. Eventually, we pull up in front of his apartment building and Christian climbs out of the car. Moving with easy grace around to my side, he opens my door. Come, he orders as Taylor climbs into the driver's seat. I take his pro-offered hand and follow him through the grand foyer to the elevator. He doesn't let go of me. Christian, why are you so angry at me? I whisper as we wait. Like you don't know. And he's angry at everything. He doesn't even need a why. God, if something had happened to you, he'd be dead by now. Christian's tone chills me to the bone. The doors close. As it is, I'm going to ruin his career so he can't take advantage of young women anymore. Miserable excuse for a man that he is. He shakes his head. Jesus, Anna. He grabs me suddenly, imprisoning me in the corner of the elevator. I almost said it! I almost said it! Why didn't I say it? I said he's gonna jump her in the elevator. I totally had the thought, and I was like, no, it's too obvious. Why am I giving this book more credit than it deserves? His hands fist into my hair, and he pulls my face up to his, and his mouth is on mine, and a passionate desperation in his kiss, because she so wants sexy time right now after what her boss just tried to do. She's so completely in the mood right now. God! I don't know why this takes me by surprise, but it does. Because any guy who cares about you at all would not be thinking with his penis right now. And also, if they actually were, like, really, really mad at you, they wouldn't want to jump you at the same time. Those are usually different occurrences. I taste his relief, his longing, and his residual anger while his tongue possesses my mouth. Ew. He stops, gazing down at me, resting his weight against me so I can't move. He leaves me breathless, clinging to him for support, staring up into that beautiful face etched with determination and without any trace of humor. If anything had happened to you, if he'd harmed you, I feel the shudder that runs through him. Blackberry, he commands quietly. From now on, understand? Okay, dude, if you're so worried about people getting your personal communications, there's about 1 billion ways to prevent that. I mean, yes, she is an idiot for using her work email, but... I nod, swallowing, unable to break eye contact from this grim, mesmerizing look. He straightens, releasing me as the elevator comes to a stop. He said you kicked him in the balls. Christian's tone is lighter with a trace of admiration, and I think I'm forgiven. For what? The fact that Book is going along with the slut shaming and the victim blaming? Like, that just makes it extra disgusting, because Book is casting it that he is right to be feeling this way and treating her this way. This is where Book is most wrong. Why am I having hiccups? Really painful hiccups. Yes, I whisper, still reeling from the intensity of his kiss and his impassioned command. The fact that he says it with a hard-on does not make it okay. Good. Ray is ex-army. He taught me well. Could have got that past me. Apparently the only thing he taught her was how to knee someone in the balls and not what to look for in a boyfriend. I'm very glad he did. He breathes and adds, arching a brow. I'll need to remember that. Taking my hand, he leads me out of the elevator, and I follow, relieved. I think that's as bad as his mood is going to get. I need to call Barney. It won't be long. He disappears into his study, leaving me stranded in the vast living room. Mrs. Jones is adding the finishing touches to our meal. I realize I'm famished, but I need something to do. Can I help? I ask. She laughs. No, Anna. Can I fix you a drink or something? You look beat. I'd love a glass of wine. White? Yes, please. I'll drink to that. Sniffle. I'm hoping we'll have snickerdoodles in the audience soon, because I need a Sasha update. Yep. Don't actually have a beer stein, but yep, clink. I perch on one of the bar stools and she hands me a glass of chilled wine. I don't know what it is, but it's delicious and slides down easily, soothing my shattered nerves. What was I thinking about earlier today? How alive I felt since I met Christian. How exciting my life has become. Geez, could I just have a few boring days? Yeah, this is like the second time in as many days she's been attacked by somebody because of him. Can I also just point out that the entire Jack Hyde situation is not just because he's a pervert. He clearly has a bent for Christian Grey, and that was clearly part of the reason that he was doing what he was doing. What the hell? Okay, weird sound. But puppy's not barking at anything, so I usually take that as a sign that everything's okay. Oh, it's the people. People above me have been moving furniture around the last couple of days. That's what it is. It's not hardwood floors, but like wood tile floors. So everything is super loud when you move heavy stuff. No, other than that, they are really quiet neighbors. I will say I'm at least grateful. The floor I live on is very quiet. There's almost never like any noise or like any commotion, so that's nice. Because I've lived on floors where somebody was like the party animal and they'd have like 60 people at like 2 in the morning, and then everybody'd flood out into the hallway and be super loud for like 20 minutes as everybody's leaving. It's like, shut up, it's 4 in the morning, go away. What if I'd never met Christian? I'd be holed up in my apartment, talking it through with Ethan, completely freaked by my encounter with Jack, knowing I would have to face the sleazeball again on Friday. Okay, seriously, even in her fantasy alternate reality where she doesn't know Christian Grey, her answer to her boss trying to rape her is, how am I going to face him the next day at work? Not I'm calling the police, or I'm at the very least reporting him to the company. Or, if I'm really smart, I'm getting a lawyer and suing the ass off him and the company, and reporting him to the police. But no, even in her own alternate reality version, no, he gets to do that, and she does absolutely nothing except wonder how she's going to face him. Oi. Just the messaging in this. If you give this to somebody under 40, that is child abuse. Because if you are teaching children or young women or any women that this is how you should react and deal with things, and that Christian Grey's behavior is in any way, in any part of this or the last book or the next one, I'll just put that out there now, that any of his behavior is acceptable, if you're teaching somebody that, you deserve to be in jail. This book is the exact opposite of everything you should do and look for. As it is, there's every chance I'll never set eyes on him again. But who will I work for now? Honey, you haven't figured out by now you're not allowed to work. Okay? Your stalker boyfriend already bought the company. He doesn't want you to work. He's going to do everything he can to make sure that you don't, because he wants you literally chained to his playroom and naked all the time. I would have said barefoot and pregnant, but he doesn't like the pregnant thing. So we'll just go with barefoot and chained to the bed in the red room. Because that is his ideal wife, and that is what he's going to end up wanting. He doesn't want her to work, because then she's not at his beck and call 24/7. I hadn't thought of that. Shit, do I even have a job? Yes, they can't fire you. Evening, Gale, Christian says as he comes back into the great room, dragging me from my thoughts. Heading straight to the fridge, he pours himself a glass of wine. Good evening, Mr. Grey. Dinner in 10, sir? Sounds good. Christian raises his glass. To ex-military men who train their daughters well, he says, and his eyes soften. Cheers, I mutter, raising my glass. What's wrong? Christian asks. I don't know if I still have a job. He cocks his head to one side. Do you still want one? See, what did I say? What did I say? Because he doesn't want her to work, ever. Of course. Then you still have one. Simple. See? He is master of my universe. I roll my eyes at him and he smiles. We had to name drop the fanfic name again. Once I'll forgive because you are allowed. You're allowed once. I have to allow it. You're allowed one time. But doing it again and doing it in such a cheap way, and like by her saying this, and this is the second time in as many days she's said it, this just makes my point that she is, not that she had a lot of free will or independence to begin with, obviously, but at this point she has willingly and consciously just surrendered any free will or even thinking for herself or just anything that is not resolved, handled, or managed by Christian Grey. Like, she is letting him control and dictate every single aspect of her life, and now is getting to the point where she's not only used to it, she's expecting it. She's anticipating it now. That's just not good. The true ending to this book, she ends up worse than Layla and dead. Mrs. Jones makes a mean chicken pot pie. She's left us to enjoy the fruits of her labors, and I feel much better now I've had something to eat. We're sitting at the breakfast bar, and despite my best cajoling, Christian won't tell me what Barney has found on Jack's computer. How about you demand to know, because it probably involves you too? I drop the subject and decide to tackle instead the thorny issue of Jose's impending visit. Oh, I'd forgotten about that. I'd forgotten Jose even exists in these books because he shouldn't. Jose called. I say nonchalantly. Also, your boyfriend is just still epically pissed and was like one step from murder like an hour ago. Do you really want to bring this up right now? Oh, Christian turns his face to me. He wants to deliver your photos on Friday. A personal delivery. How accommodating of him, Christian murmurs. He wants to go out. For a drink. With me. I see. And Kate and Elliot should be back. I add quickly. Christian puts his fork down, frowning at me. What exactly are you asking? I bristle. I'm not asking anything. I'm informing you of my plans for Friday. Look, I want to see Jose, and he wants to stay over. Either he stays here or he can stay at my place, but if he does, I should be there too. Christian's eyes widen. He looks dumbfounded. He made a pass at you. Christian, that was weeks ago. He was drunk, I was drunk, you saved the day, it won't happen again. He's no Jack, for heaven's sake. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I'm taking this on now. Because Jesus fucking Christ, can you do anything, idiot writer, without fucking it up? 1, what Jose did was more than make a pass. 2, I don't give a flying fuck who was drunk. 1 or both of them, I don't care. He did more than make a pass. And I do not care that anyone involved was drunk. And no, Christian Grey did not step in and saved the day. He actually stepped in, made it worse, and committed kidnapping. And we now have her acting like, yeah, we can just say, oh, we were drunk, he was drunk, it's fine, I'm not mad at Jose at all, it hasn't made anything weird, or I don't hate him, it's not super awkward. No, we can just forget it ever happened, forget that he ever did that, and change things forever. Ugh. And now I don't understand why my super possessive, jealous as fuck of everyone, including the guy who cuts my hair boyfriend, doesn't want guy who did a lot more than make a pass to be sleeping on my couch. Okay, I'm not gonna die. But yeah, these 3 chapters, and I'm guessing into the next one, dear God, if you needed a compressed version of what not to tell women, it's all right here. It is all right flippin' here. Is there a fly? No. Okay. I thought there was a fly in my wine. There's not. Yeah, we're gonna slow down on that a little bit because my stomach's going, whoa. Mostly my stomach's going, you should have eaten before drinking, but my tummy hasn't wanted food the last few days. Just looking at a piece of toast makes me nauseous, so it was like, nah, I really don't need to force it down just to have it come back up again. That's not helpful. Ethan's there. He can keep him company. He wants to see me, not Ethan. So what? Like she just does whatever other people tell her. She never once has she said like I'm doing this because it's what I want to do. It's always, oh, I got invited to this, or I got told to do this, or I got taken to this, or I got dragged to this, or I got told to do that. Like, just nothing. And that's from the beginning, because what is she doing in the opening scene of the book? She's being told by her roommate to take her place to do an interview, even though she is not a journalism student and has no business doing an interview, let alone a super important one that was really hard to get. Christian scowls at me. He's just a friend. My voice is emphatic. I don't like it. I'm on Christian's side. I can't believe I said that, but in this one instance, I'm on his side for him not wanting her to see this guy and spend the night in the same place as him. And she should understand that, especially after what just fucking happened. But nothing has emotional consequences in this book. You know, except for childhood abuse. That's allowed to turn you into a psychopath, and that's okay. You know, and that's the other thing that does suck about this book is it falls into the classic trap of, you know, if you were abused as a child, you grow up to abuse people, which is not true. Not saying it's never true, it's just mostly never true. And for anyone saying I was abused as a child and now I'm a sadist as a grown-up, yes I am, and you can bite me for it, but do you think one informs the other? I don't know so much. I mean, I'm not saying childhood experiences, good, bad, or the other, don't inform how you turn out as an adult. Of course they do, but would I have grown up to be a sadist if I lived a rosy, cheery life anyway? Quite possibly. I've known people that were. I've known plenty of people who grew up very kinky, who had completely normal upbringings, completely safe and conventional. They grew up to be very twisted people anyway. It happens. And I've also known people that survived the absolute worst of humanity and grew up to be the sweetest, nicest, like, kindest people you'll ever meet in the entire world. You know, people who there should be like a trail of rainbows and sparkles and hearts after them when they're walk because they're just that good of a person. So what? Jeez, he's irritating sometimes. She literally has like the opposite of the right answer to everything. She's backwards bizarro girl. I take a deep breath. He's my friend, Christian. I haven't seen him since his show, and that was too brief. I know you don't have any friends, apart from that god-awful woman, but I don't moan about you seeing her. Yes, you do! Lying bitch, yes, you do. I snap. Christian blinks, shocked. I want to see him. I've been a poor friend to him. My subconscious is alarmed. Are you stamping your little foot? Steady now. I'm sorry, did she just say she was a bad friend to him after what he did? This is so wrong. But this is all, of course, because it's based on the Twilight Jacob bullshit, which also makes no sense in those books. And Bella's a horrible person in those books to both of the guys. Like, especially in New Moon and Eclipse, she is the absolute worst kind of girl when she's like literally tug-of-warring between these two guys and having them fight over her and absolutely leading Jacob on just like ridiculous levels when she knows she's never going to end up with him. Like, it's just pathetic. Add to the fact that Kristen Stewart is a disgustingly atrocious actress who can't emote to save her life and has one expression. Her and somebody else of like the same time. I don't understand. Just Jennifer Lawrence. That's it. Jennifer Lawrence and Kristen Stewart. I do not understand why either of them is famous. They're not that good looking. They're not talented. They have no skills as far as I can tell, and there's a reason they rarely do interviews because they cannot string a goddamn sentence together. So I don't know if they're like secretly in Scientology or something and that's how they got careers, but it sure wasn't earned or because of talent. You know who should have had the bigger career than either of them from the same time and was in another YA series? I don't remember her name, but the girl who played Triss in the Divergent series. That series didn't suck. It's dumb, but it didn't suck. And the acting didn't suck. The main girl in that deserves to have a career because she has actual talent. Gray eyes blaze at me. Is that what you think? He breathes. Think about what? Elena. You'd rather I didn't see her? Exactly. I'd rather you didn't see her. Why didn't you say? Because it's not my place to say. You think she's your only friend. I shrug in exasperation. He really doesn't get it. Right now, neither of you is getting it. How did this turn into a conversation about her? You brought it up. I don't even want to think about her. I just try to steer us back to Jose. Just as it's not your place to say if I can or can't see Jose. Don't you see that? Christian gazes at me perplexed. I think, oh, what's he thinking? We needed a line for that. He can stay here, I suppose, he mutters. I can keep an eye on him. He sounds petulant. Hallelujah. Thank you. You know I'm going to live here too. I trail off. Christian nods. He knows what I'm trying to say. It's not like you haven't got the space. I smirk. His lips slowly turn up. Are you smirking at me, Miss Steele? Most definitely, Mr. Gray. I get up just in case his palms start twitching, clear our plates, and then load them into the dishwasher. Okay, so consciously aware that when she snarks him, he may just randomly, hit her. And I will say that because that's what the book is calling it, so don't tell me to call it spanking. Book doesn't do that. Book says hitting. I will call it hitting. Gail will do that. I've done it now. I stand up and gaze at him. He's watching me intently. This is going to turn into sex, isn't he? He's going to bend her over the counter or something. I have to go to work for a while, he says apologetically. Oh, wait, is he actually going to work? It's what? It's after dinner, so it's probably like 7, 8 at night. And now he's actually going to get some work. And somebody messaged me and it was long and I couldn't see it all. Okay, so we've got a bad situation all around shaping up. They're both being idiots. And to the person who just asked me a question privately, because I know how to do 2 things at once on my very cool computer setup that has multiple screens and I kick ass and wield all power at. Completely lost my place. Oh, also I'm going to Google how to make your own highlighters because that seems like my only chance of actually remembering to get one. I know I have a pack of them somewhere. I know. That's why I don't want to buy new ones because you know when you have something and as soon as you replace it, you're going to find it again. That's going to happen with the highlighters. So I'm not wasting the money on new highlighters when I know that I have a pack of highlighters somewhere. Now we'll find them. They're the pen kind too, so they're good. Plus, unless you crack them, they should stay good forever. Unless you have a kitty that likes to bite them and then you don't even notice till you realize Kitty's mouth is bright pink. It's like, okay, what did you get into? They're looking at like, what? Nothing. No, there's not bright pink ink on my fur. No, I didn't eat the thing. It's not all over my whiskers. No. I would never ever do that, just like I ate 5 of your lipsticks and like 7 chapsticks. I had a kitty who really did that. She figured out how to, especially the chapstick, she figured out that she took the tube and she put it like in the side of her mouth and she bit really hard. She could crack it like clean into, literally, she would split it right down into 2 pieces and then pull them apart and then eat the chapstick. And she'd do this to my lipsticks too, which I was pissed about because I was like 15 and I had no money. So her eating a lipstick was a serious problem. This is also when I discovered that lipsticks, some lipsticks are 60 to 80% fish oil, which explains why the kitty wanted to eat it. Though it wasn't good when she puked it up. This is also the cat who figured out how to get in the cupboards and open sealed bags of cat treats and eat the whole bag. She was a very smart little thing. Very determined if she wanted something. Cool, I'll find something to do. Come here, he orders. I notice how his every word to her is now being referred to as an order. Not that it wasn't always, but it's like she just isn't acknowledging it and is okay with it now. His voice is soft and seductive, his eyes heated. I don't hesitate to walk into his arms, clasping him around his neck as he perches on his bar stool. He wraps his arms around me, crushes me to him, and just holds me. Probably because she can't breathe. Are you okay? He whispers into my hair. This is the first time. This is the first time that he has asked her if she's okay after being sexually attacked by her boss. First time he said, "Are you okay?" Took him like 4 hours. Okay. After what happened with that fucker. After what happened yesterday. What? It's not the next day. Okay, I am not a dumbass. It is not the next day. That did not happen yesterday. That happened like 4 hours ago today. I'm sorry, did E.L. James forget that she did not make it a new day? They came home, they had dinner. It's the same day. It was not yesterday. That I'm going to declare that is just atrocious writing. And that somehow nobody ever noticed that. But that is blatantly wrong. I gaze into dark, serious eyes. Am I okay? No. Yes, I whisper. His arms tighten around me and I feel safe, cherished, and loved all at once. None of which you should be feeling right now because he has not given you any reason to feel any of that. No. It's blissful. Closing my eyes, I feel. Oh wait, she's had wine with him. It was probably he slipped or something. That's why it's probably rupees. That's why she's feeling bliss. No, it's E. It's ecstasy or Molly that does bliss, right? Yeah, like when Angel took ecstasy and turned to fake evil for an episode. Yeah, there's definitely something in the wine. I'm just, do we think it's unheard of that Christian Grey has like pre-spiked bottles of wine? Because I don't think so. And he poured his own glass, so he could have poured it from a different bottle that he knew was safe. I love his intoxicating scent, his strength, and his mercurial ways. My 50. So all of a sudden she's okay with all the things that have been driving her crazy. Let's not fight, he murmurs. He kisses my hair and inhales deeply. You smell heavenly as usual, Anastasia. So do you, I whisper and kiss his neck. All too soon he releases me. I should only be a couple of hours. See, because he's going with Taylor to bury Jack Hyde's body at an undisclosed location. That's what he has to go to. Remember, Taylor took off in the car, so Taylor probably called him and was like, okay, I've got him in the trunk. Meet me at the pier. Do we put it past him? Because I don't. I completely don't. Okay, pouring a second glass. Oh, why? We had like 6 people in here. Now it's down to 1. What's going on? Okay. You thought I was petting the puppy? Puppy's asleep. He's under his puppy bed being a puppy and sleeping. No, when I was reaching down, no, he's not beside me. He's under his upside down puppy bed. When he wakes up, I will show him off, I promise. You know he likes well, he doesn't I think on some level he's aware that he's being watched when I pick him up because he gets kind of self-conscious and he never wants to like face towards the camera. You know, he's like, "No, you need to look at your face. You need to lick your face. You're all dirty again. I just cleaned you. Let me do it again." So imagine how bad makeup must taste to a dog. Like like the cat eating the lipstick because of the fish oil, I understand, but I don't like puppy. It must be so gross. Oh, and you know what I found out? I found this out. Yes, they did. I looked it up. It's true. They did. After 10 fucking years, port Until Dawn, the one game that I have wanted to play for 10 years that I said if I ever could get a PS4 super cheap, because it was PS4 exclusive. It's no longer PS4 exclusive. They remastered and remade it. Apparently, they did update some things. They did add some new content. I don't know what because I'm avoiding any knowledge of it. But it has been re-released for PS5 and PC. It is now available on PC after 10 years. 10 years of my begging and whining. They finally released this game on PC. And it comes out at a time when I'm so unbelievably broke. It's like, okay, universe, Comic-Con finally moves back to a decent destination. They finally get a good management company. The roster looks kick fucking ass. They have Artist Alley back, and it's the first time in like 20 years. Well, no, not quite, because I wasn't old enough. First time in like 16 years that I can't go to Comic-Con. It's finally worth going to again. It's finally not going to suck, and I couldn't go. It was this past weekend. They moved it a month earlier, which I disapprove of, and I couldn't go. It was worth going to, finally! And I couldn't fucking go. That's the one place. Also, they have a fudge place. Don't ask me why there's a fudge place at Comic-Con. There is, and shut up, because it's good. I used to buy one thing of fudge every year and make it last like 6 months by eating a very tiny piece at a time because it's so good. I'm very picky about fudge. But this place does it really, really well. So that was like my once a year really good treat. But that game is the only thing I'm putting on my list to Santa. Of course, the problem with that is I have not been a good girl this year, so not sure how well Santa Claus is going to work out, but it's worth a try. Because come hell or high water, I'm going to acquire a copy of this game and I'm going to live stream the fuck out of it. Be of no mistake about that. Because it's choose your own adventure and I want to see every way that people can die. And yes, I'm going to go for a true ending and try and keep everybody alive the first time. That's not going to happen because I'll definitely forget and fuck things up. And that's assuming they haven't changed anything, which they probably have. There's probably new ways to kill people because the game is 10 years old. If you've seen it, you know where all the deaths are. So I'm assuming they've changed at least some of those up to like screw with new players because yeah, I would. So definitely we'll try for the good ending to keep everyone alive. And then of course you have to do a kill everybody run. That's just required. And I heard something about they cut out the totems because, like, it was offensive to Native American people or something, but I don't know if that's true. Because, well, it did have some nods at Native American stuff. I didn't really find it that offensive. I mean, granted, I'm not Native, but it was very vague and non-specific, so I don't see how anybody could take issue. I wander listlessly through the apartment. Christian is still working. I've showered, dressed in some sweats and a t-shirt of my own, and I'm bored. I don't want to read. If I sit still, I'll recall Jack and his fingers on me. Oh, so she's having PTSD, but she's fine. I check out my old bedroom, the sub's room. Jose can sleep here. He'll like the view. It's about 8:15 and the sun is beginning to sink into the west. Okay, if it's only 8:15, Christian Gray's been gone for like a half hour. He said he'd be a couple hours. The lights of the city twinkle below me. It's glorious. Yes, Jose will like it here. I wonder idly where Christian will hang Jose's pictures of me. I'd rather he didn't. I'm not keen on looking at myself. Then how about insisting? How about saying, I know you spent a lot of money on that, but let's face it, you did it out of jealousy and nothing else, so we're not going to display these, we're going to put them in storage. Back down the hallway, I find myself outside the playroom, and without thinking, I try the door handle. Christian normally keeps it locked, but to my surprise, the door opens. How strange. Yeah, I'd be calling hella sus, because we know he locks this room. So, creepy. Feeling like a child playing hooky and straying into the forbidden forest, I walk in. It's dark. I flick the switch and the lights under the cornice light up with a soft glow. It's as I remember it. A womb-like room. Ew! That description, just ew! Memories of the last time I was in here flash through my mind. The belt. I wince at the recollection. Now it hangs innocently lined up with the others on a rack beside the door. Tentatively, I run my fingers over the belts, the floggers, the paddles, and the whips. Sheesh. This is what I need to square with Dr. Flynn. Can someone in this lifestyle just stop? No. It seems so improbable. Wandering over to the bed, I sit on the soft red satin sheets, gazing around at all the apparatuses. Beside me is the bench, above which is the assortment of canes. So many. Surely one is enough? Bitch, do you own one pair of shoes? There's different types of canes because they have different purposes and different levels of intensity. Soft and whippy, that's gonna sting and probably leave marks. Heavy, solid, that's gonna hurt like a bitch and probably not leave marks. It's a question of desired results. That's why sometimes we have a riding crop like this. Or why is everything tangled? Or a nice silicone whip like this. Still don't know if the silicone is more my favorite or the spikes. Because, again, different uses, different purposes, different desired outcome between this and silicone. And it's a question of whether I'm giving or receiving as well. That certainly has a factor. Oops. Okay, I don't even know what button I pressed to do that. I just randomly hit a button. I can't even blame the kitty. Where is he? Oh, he's not on his box anymore. He was. He still has his table box. He will not. Anytime I go near the table, he runs and jumps in the box and gives me the big kitten. Don't throw it away. I think I'm stuck with it for a while. Oh, but he did get in bed and actually snuggle again the other night. That makes twice he's actually snuggled. Or, what passes for snuggling for him? He's developed a time limit. He likes about 10 minutes worth of petting and attention, and then he's had enough, and he'll go to the end of the bed and get on his blankie and sleep. My spike whip scares you? Really? Well, if you ever sponsor a duck, don't name it Spike. Though that would be a cool name for a duck. I mean, hell, it made the best vampire in Buffy. I would have way more liked to see her in a relationship with Spike than with Angel, which they did, but they then fucked it up and they took it too far and made Spike a would-be rapist, and then he was supposed to be redeemable after that, and it's like, Josh Whedon, what is wrong with you? Spike is not the character you do that to. We liked him. Plus, it would have way more sense if that is something Evil Angel had done. That would have made way more sense. But Whedon didn't have the balls to do it in early seasons. And then he got too far up his own ass in the last season. Last season of Buffy, I'm sorry, but it's terrible. And I like that show. I even like it when it's at its worst. But the last season just felt very uncreative. Where was I? As I pull open the top drawer, I realize my blood is pounding through my veins. Why am I so nervous? This feels so illicit, as if I'm trespassing. Which of course I am. But if he wants to marry me, well... Okay, you are not trespassing, you live there too. And the door was open. Holy fuck, what's all this? An array of instruments and bizarre implements. I don't have a clue what they are, or what they're for. Okay, again, she's supposed to know what fisting is, but she doesn't know what butt plugs are. Her level of knowledge is so horrifically inconsistent and makes no sense. Because there's things you would know about if you know what one of the other things is. You just would. Like, that's just a fact. I forgot how long this fucking chapter is. Still got 15 pages. This is what I mean. We might not get all the way through a second chapter. We might get like halfway and I bail because this chapter's 30 pages, so is the next one. So I've officially decided we're just going to pause wherever the fuck I want if I don't make it through 2 chapters because I can't breathe. But it's early days. It's early times yet. We got at least another couple hours, so we'll see how far we get. Ow. Because we really only have a couple more weeks of this book left. We've gotten through this one fairly quickly. And yes, I know I still have to burn the first one. I know! It just wasn't a good day to do it. But I will get it done this week. I need to clean my bathroom first, and I wasn't up for it today. But I have a plan. I'm gonna like up the production value, so it's gonna be better than the first 2. I also need to figure out how to make a sub tab on the book club tab so I can put the burned videos in it. I pick one up. It's bullet shaped with some sort of handle. Okay. Okay. Like, if you're reading this and you don't know that she's describing a butt plug, what the hell do you do with that? My dying. Okay, are we done now? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. You're very sweet. I think we're over the sneeze attack. I think we're okay. The internet needs to stop reminding me that the Joker movie is out. I know. Really wanted to see that in theater. I really, really can't. It really sucks. Because the only other movie I wanted to see in theater all year was the Rosemary's Baby prequel, but that's not in theater, it's streaming only, which sucks, but it does make it easier to find. Not that I've seen that yet. I'm going to, though. But it's on Paramount. I don't have Paramount, so I have to wait for somebody to bootleg it. But the Joker movie I really wanted to see in the theater. Because the first Joker movie was the last movie that I saw in theater. So I really wanted to see this one in theater too. Also, it's just some movies are just better on a big screen. They just are. My mind boggles, though I think I have an idea. There are 4 different sizes. My scalp prickles and I glance up. Christian is standing in the doorway, staring at me. His face unreadable. How long has he been there? I feel like I've been caught with my hand in the cookie jar. Yeah, how long has he been there? He told her he was leaving like 30 minutes ago. And that he'd be gone for hours. Or did they have dinner at 4:30 in the afternoon? Hi. I smile nervously, and I know my eyes are wide and that I'm deathly pale. It's sounding so attractive right now. What are you doing? He says softly, but there's an undercurrent in his tone. Oh shit. Is he mad? I flush. I was bored and curious, I mutter, embarrassed to be found out. He said he'd be 2 hours. That's a very dangerous combination. He runs his index finger across my lower lip in quiet contemplation, not taking his eyes off me. I swallow and my mouth is dry. Slowly he enters the room and closes the door quietly behind him. His eyes liquid gray fire. Somebody tell me what liquid gray fire is, please. Also, she cannot decide how to spell gray. Sometimes it's A, sometimes it's E, and sometimes the color is A or E, and sometimes he's A or E. It goes back and forth. It's really annoying. Oh my. He leans casually over the chest of drawers, but I think his stance is deceptive. My inner goddess doesn't know whether it's fight or flight time. Okay, when your boyfriend's thinking about sex, you should not be contemplating, do I need to run? So, what exactly are you curious about, Miss Steele? Perhaps I could enlighten you. The door was open. I gaze at Christian as I hold my breath and blink, uncertain as ever of his reaction of what I should say. His eyes are dark. I think he's amused, but it's difficult to tell. He places his elbows on the museum chest and rests his chin on his clasped hands. I was in here earlier today wondering what to do with it all. I must have forgotten to lock it. He scowls momentarily as if leaving the door unlocked is a terrible lapse in judgment. It is. I frown. It's not like him to be forgetful. Oh, but now you're here, are you? Curious as ever. His voice is soft, puzzled. You're not mad? I whisper, using my remaining breath. He cocks his head to one side and his lips twitch in amusement. Why would I be mad? I feel like I'm trespassing, and you're always mad at me. Okay, just come right out and say it. Yes, he is always mad at you, so why do you put up with him? Like, and also notice she stopped telling him the truth or what she actually wants to say to him and is instead now constantly thinking, what's the right thing to say? What does he want to hear? Oh my god, I'm actually quoting Schindler's List now. Okay, that was not intentional, but I literally just quoted that scene that I was talking about. The one with the guy, Eamon Goth, that's his name, Eamon Goth, fucking A, I knew it. He was playing Eamon Goth, the leader of one of the camps. I don't think of Auschwitz itself. Was he? Was he the leader of actual Auschwitz? He might have been. He was the leader of one of the bigger death camps, as well as being an outright bastard, sadist, murderer, disgusting, horrible person. And there's that scene where he's talking to his like housekeeper maid girl, slash like slave, obviously, and she's just sitting there in a chair, and he's pacing in this really menacing way, and because he's drunk and he's delusional because he thinks he's in love with her because he wants to have sex with her basically, but there's like laws saying like if you're German or whatever, you can't sleep with a Jewish person because they're like not people, and it's like sleeping with a dog or some twisted bullshit. There's a lot of twisted fucking bullshit. And so he won't like give in to his lust for her even though he wants her, because he thinks it would be like, I don't know, committing a sin or something to sleep with her because she's Jewish or whatever. It's a twisted mentality. It's fucking twisted. I don't fully get it and I don't want to. But he literally says that to her because she's not saying anything. She's just sitting there because she knows there's nothing she can say. There's nothing she can do. He's drunk. He's going to beat the fuck out of her yet again. And there's nothing she can do about it. And he's talking to himself in this delusional rant that goes on and on. He asks her a question. He keeps asking her a question. She keeps not answering. And he even knows, he says himself of his own like megalomaniacal like bullshit that he asks her a question. He's like, but what's the right answer? That's what you're thinking. What does he want to hear? So he's aware that he's done this to her, and this is what Christian Grey has done. She just said herself that she doesn't know whether it's fight or flight. So whenever he's thinking like sex and violence are right there, they go like this in their relationship. That's why she doesn't know if she should run when he like catches her in the sex room. But then she literally says that she doesn't know what he wants to hear. That it's not about even just answering a question, it's about saying what he wants to hear. I just read the line, now I can't find it. Yeah, now I can't find it, but it was there. But yeah, I was literally quoting that scene because that's what this is. Like, there's a reason that scene just overlays with this way too easily. And I'm aware that's a super dark comparison. Like, don't get me wrong, but it fits. Like, it absolutely fits. Mm-hmm. Yes, you're trespassing, but I'm not mad. I hope that one day you'll live with me here. And all this, he gestures vaguely around the room with one hand, will be yours too. Yeah, that's why she's not trespassing. Forget about living together. He already said, will you marry me? Kind of skipped right past the living together. So, yeah. She gets access to the playroom. Okay, now people are being loud. Shut up. My playroom. I gape at him. That's a lot to take in. Hey, I'd start by saying, okay, I need to add a few things to this room. Here's a list. Take me shopping at your favorite bondage store, though if he doesn't have someone who custom makes for him. That's why I was in here today, trying to decide what to do. He taps his fingers with his lips with his index finger. Am I angry with you all the time? I wasn't this morning. I don't remember if that's true or not. I'm going to say that he was. Because, yes, he is angry at her all of the time. He has two feelings, sex and anger. That's it. Oh, it's true. I smile at the memory of Christian when we woke, and it distracts me from the thought of what will become of the playroom. He was such fun 50 this morning. So after he raped her in the middle of the night, he made it up to her in the morning, and that makes it okay. You were playful. I like playful Christian. To you now. He arches an eyebrow. His lovely mouth curves up in a smile. A shy smile. Wow. What's this? I hold up the silver bullet thing. Always hungry for information, Miss Steele. That's a butt plug, he says gently. Though if it's a silver bullet, that's a vibrator. So I'm sorry, author, but either describe a butt plug better, or if you actually mean the classic silver bullet, that's a vibrator, not usually a butt plug. Because they're not exactly bullet shaped, they're more shaped like a spade from the cards. I was looking around to see if I have one handy. I actually don't. I think I put them all away. Yeah, because I only left out the bondage stuff that I needed to hit the book with. Okay, seriously, people gotta get loud right now? Oh, pot for you. What? For me? He nods slowly, his face now serious and wary. I frown. You buy new, uh, toys for each submissive? Some things, yes. Butt plugs? Yes. Okay. I swallow. Butt plug. It's solid metal. Surely that's uncomfortable. No, it's not. I know exactly what she's describing. I own exactly what she's describing, and no, if used correctly, it's not uncomfortable. I mean, if I put it in the freezer first, it certainly would be, and that's always fun. I remember our discussion about sex toys and hard limits after I graduated. I think at the time I said I would try. Now actually seeing one, I don't know if it's something I want to do. I examine it once more and place it back in the drawer. Okay, seriously, decide where the level of this girl's sexual interest and kink lies, because she's done things already that are way past a butt plug without hesitation and had quite a good time at it. This is not, like, I don't know, is ZL James like have an aversion to anal, or she thinks all women are afraid of it or something? Or is that just a conservative thing or a religious thing? Because I know in some religions, like, anal is considered a sin because it's like wasting the man's seed because it's not going to make a baby. So I know that bullshit is sometimes touted out there. Also, if you actually inform women that by having anal sex you can not get pregnant and still have sex, well, that just makes girls sluts, doesn't it? And that's also a religious thing. So I think that's maybe the angle being played out with her, like, anal shyness, but it's stupid and unearned. And, like, you can have her say no to butt stuff, and that's fine, but having her be oblivious that it exists, that's going too far. You've crossed the stupid line. Again, this is somebody who supposedly graduated college. She knows about anal sex. Though, to be fair, I knew somebody who, at the time this conversation happened, was old enough to be retired after having been a nurse for like 45 years, and she didn't know what oral sex was. And I'm not even kidding. And I made very sure she was telling me the truth, and she was. She had no idea that a girl putting her mouth on the guy's penis and doing that was a thing at all, and she was quite repulsed by the idea. Now, granted, this person was like 68 years old at the time, so could just be a generational thing. In this, I take out a long, black, rubbery object made of gradually diminishing spherical bubbles joined together. It's a wand. The first one is large and the last is much smaller. 8 bubbles in total. Okay, is she holding it upside down? Because bubble wands like that start small and get bigger as you put more of it in. So I think she's holding it upside down. Anal beads, says Christian, watching me carefully. Only if they're on a string. She's describing a wand, not a string. Do better research. Oh, I examine them with fascinated horror. All these? Inside me? There? I had no idea. You already let him put silver Benoit balls in your vagina. This is not that far from that. And she thought they went in her butt initially. And was kind of saying no, but in a not serious way. That if he had said, oh yeah, they do go in your butt, he definitely would have done it anyway, and she would have let him. They have quite an effect if you pull them out mid-orgasm, he adds matter-of-factly. Is that for me? I whisper. For you, he nods slowly. This is the butt drawer? He smirks. If you like. I close it quickly, feeling myself turning red as a stoplight. Don't you like the butt drawer? He asked innocently, amused. I gaze at him and shrug, trying to brazen out my shock. This isn't news to him. He already knows that she said no to all things anal. They literally had this discussion. It's not top of my Christmas card list, I mutter nonchalantly. Tentatively, I open the second drawer. He grins. Next drawer down holds a selection of vibrators. I shut the drawer quickly. I'm sorry, but this would be so. I'd be laughing so goddamn hard at this person. Sometimes I cannot help it if somebody else is uncomfortable with something, and I find it deeply amusing because whatever they're uncomfortable at is so not worth that kind of feelings. I agree with her on no vibrators. I think they're overrated and they suck, but I wouldn't slam the drawer like they're gonna bite me. And the next, I whisper, ashen once more, but this time with embarrassment. Why? Why? Again, decide on her fucking level of maturity, please, because this alternating between embarrassed schoolgirl and like brazen whore is just dumb and annoying. That's more interesting. Oh. Hesitantly, I pulled the drawer open, not taking my eyes off his beautiful, but rather smug face. Okay, if you're looking at him, how are you looking in the drawer? Inside, there's an assortment of metal items and some clothespins. Clothespins? I pick up a large metal clamp-like device. Genital clamps, Christian says. That is one thing I do not have in my arsenal of stuff. Sadly. He stands up and moves casually around so he's beside me. I put it back immediately and choose something more delicate. 2 small clips on a chain. Those I have. Some of these are for pain, most are for pleasure, he murmurs. What's this? Nipple clamps. That's for both. Both? Nipples? Christian smirks at me. Well, there are 2 clamps, baby. Yes, both nipples, but that's not what I meant. These are for both pleasure and pain. That's true of any clamps, it's a question of time. Oh, he takes it from me. Hold out your little finger. I remember when they did this scene in the movie, it was so dumb. I do as he asks, and he clamps one clip to the tip of my finger. It's not too harsh. The sensation's very intense, but when taking them off, that they're but it's when taking them off that they're at their most painful and pleasurable. I remove the clip. That might be nice. I squirm at the thought. I think I would be willing to try a basic butt plug before I would start with any kind of clamps because they can be intense if they go wrong. And they don't take long to get extremely painful, okay? Showed these off before. I have 4 of these. These are the most basic of clips, but they're super tense. These are hard. I have to use actual force to open these properly, and they hurt. Okay? Like, this is on my hand, and it's not painful yet, but it will be shortly. And on the nipples, which I have done, and I have a high tolerance for pain and sexual pain. I'm in pain now. Not enough to take it off yet, but it hurts, definitely. And on the nipples, I can only handle these for about 30 seconds. And this has been, 15 seconds? And it's pretty painful. Because these are very tight, but also they're very tiny surface. That's part of it. The fact that it's a very narrow surface, so it's putting all the pressure in like one spot, definitely makes it worse. See? They're pretty strong. So, wider, flatter clamps, less pain, narrower, more focused, or that have little, like, alligator teeth on them, definitely more painful. And anytime if you're using the alligator clip ones, do not rip those off or you will take a nipple off with it. And yes, some people are that stupid. Hi! Well, they're having a discussion about butt plugs and genital clamps, so I was showing off nipple clamps that I had handy. But these are very, very tight, so you can only put them on for a short amount of time. And if you want to come up on stage with me and meet Ralph the Duck, let me know. Could certainly use somebody to keep me focused, though warning, I may have a sneezing fit on you. Yes, at this point in the book, she still had to be explained what a butt plug is. Even though she literally already asked him that, apparently he never answered. I like the look of these, I murmur, and Christian smiles. Do you now, Miss Steele? I think I can tell. I nod shyly and put the clips back in the drawer. Christian leans forward to pull out two more. These are adjustable. He holds them up for me to inspect. Adjustable? You can wear them very tight, or not, depending on your mood. I actually have adjustable ones. They have a little screw on the side. Yeah, you can loosen them or tighten them. They're heavy though. That's the problem. Like my favorite ones that have the little spikes in them, the round ones. The problem with those, A, they are super heavy. And B, very hard to get on by yourself. Very hard. So I kind of wish that I had like a lighter weight version of that. Plus they're not designed all that well, as I discovered when trying to put them to best use. How does he make that sound so erotic? I swallow to divert his attention. Pull out a device that looks like a spiked pastry cutter. This, I frown. No baking in the playroom, surely. That's a Wartenberg pinwheel. 4. He reaches over and takes it from me. Give me your hand, palm up. I have one of these. Personally, I just find them annoying more than fun. Because, like, they don't hurt enough to be fun, so they're really just irritating. But plenty of people really react to them. It always amazes me what kind of reaction you can get with one of those things because it's like doing nothing. I offer him my left hand and he takes it gently, skirting his thumb over my knuckles. A shiver runs through me, his skin against mine. It never fails to thrill me. He runs the wheel over my palm. Ah, the prongs bite into my skin. There's more than just pain. In fact, it tickles. That's why I find it annoying. Imagine that over your breasts, Christian murmurs lasciviously. Oh, I flush and snatch my hand back. My breathing and heart rate increase. There's a fine line between pleasure and pain, Anastasia, he says softly as he leans down and puts the device back in the drawer. Clothespins? I whisper. You can do a great deal with a clothespin. His eyes burn. I lean against the drawer so it closes. Okay, I admit that is a subtle way to say no. That was a little bit funny. Is that all? Christian looks amused. No. I pull open the fourth drawer to be confounded by a mass of leather and straps. I tug at one of the straps. It appears to be attached to a ball. Oh god, she's not going to know what gags are. Are you kidding me? Ball gag. To keep you quiet, Christian says, amused once more. Soft limit, I murmur. I remember, he says. But you can still breathe. Your teeth clamp over the ball. Taking it from me, he replicates a mouth clamping down on the ball with his fingers. Have you worn one of these? I ask. He stills and gazes down at me. Yes. To mask your screams? He closes his eyes, and I think it's in exasperation. No, that's not what they're about. It is if you're doing it right. But this is going to be him justifying his abuse again and saying it really wasn't that bad and it wasn't about that and it wasn't like that and she really loves me. Ugh. If this turns into bad sex, I reserve the right to vomit. It's about control, Anastasia. How helpless you would be if you were tied up and couldn't speak. How trusting you would have to be, knowing that I had that much power over you. That I had to read your body and your reaction rather than hear your words. It makes you more dependent. Puts me in ultimate control. Do I even need to break down how very wrong he is about all of that? One, a ball gag is not the ultimate control of fuck all because you can't speak clearly and but you can speak not well and there is an art to understanding somebody speaking around a gag, but it certainly can be done. And No, being tied up and gagged is not what I consider ultimate control. High level, yes. Do you have to have a degree of trust? Yes. Is this why you have safety words, quick release handcuffs that you can take off yourself, and gags that don't buckle, but again have quick release options? Yes. But it's also not about. Would you trust for a second Christian Grey to be able to read body language accurately? He has no emotional control, no social skills, no emotional reading abilities at all. So he's not capable of actually looking at somebody and just reading their face. I swallow. You sound like you miss it. It's what I know, he murmurs. His eyes are wide and serious, and the atmosphere between us has changed, as if he's at confession. You have power over me. You know you do. I whisper. See, now she's just admitting it. That yes, he has proven that he has complete control over her body, her thoughts, her whereabouts, her job. Do I make do I? You make me feel helpless. No. Oh, 50. Why? Because you're the only person I know who could really hurt me. He reaches up and tucks my hair behind my ear. Oh, Christian, that works both ways. If you didn't want me. I shudder, glancing down and twisting my fingers. Therein lies my other dark reservation about us. If he wasn't so broken, would he want me? I shake my head. I must try not to think like that. I agree, don't think like that, because that's not a good way to think. But also, no, he wouldn't. Because you do appeal to him only because he is broken and so are you, and you're a completely lifeless lump of clay that he can turn into his perfect mate. Okay, he's Methuselah, you're Reyna. Yes, that's a Star Trek reference for anyone who doesn't know, not Greek mythology or wherever Methuselah. Wait, Methuselah is the Bible, isn't it? Yeah. So I was not making a biblical reference, I was making a Star Trek reference. But yeah, this is him pulling more of the ultimate thing, and yeah, she is just really given up at this point and is just completely his slave. But you know, you let a guy rape you in the middle of the night and then wake up and act like it's all good. You know, don't know why he would think that he can get away with literally anything after being proven right. Now we have more emotional gaslighting. The last thing I want to do is hurt you. I love you, I murmur, reaching up with both hands to run my fingers through his sideburns and gently stroke his cheeks. He leans his face into my touch, drops the gag back in the drawer and reaches for me, his hands around my waist. He pulls me against him. Now this is going to be the ultimate. You have to marry me so I know that you won't leave me, and then I'll feel safe and secure in our relationship, and I'll calm down and stop being so angry and worried and terrible and stalkery all the time. It never works out that way. Ever. Have we finished show and tell? He asks, his voice soft and seductive. His hand moves up my back to the nape of my neck. Why? Did you want what did you want to do? He bends and kisses me gently, and I melt against him, grasping his arms. Hannah, you were nearly attacked today. More than nearly. Dude put his hands on her. That counts. I melt against him, grasping his arms. Oh wait, yeah, you were nearly attacked today. His voice is soft but wary. Now he remembers. Now he gives a fuck that she might be reacting to that. First time all day. So, I ask, enjoying the feel of his hand at my back and his proximity. He pulls his head back and scowls down at me. What do you mean, so? He rebukes. I gaze up into his lovely, grumpy face, and I'm dazzled. Christian, I'm fine. See, she shouldn't be, is the point. She should not be fine, and she should be absolutely not in the sexy mood right now. At least for a couple days. I gaze up into his lovely, grumpy face, and I'm dazzled. Christian, I'm fine. He wraps me in his arms, holding me close, and then I think what might have happened. He breathes, burying his face in my hair. When will you learn I'm stronger than I look? I whisper reassuringly into his neck. How about never, because you've absolutely never proven that? Not a chance! And see, Ralph agrees with me. See, listen. See, that's Ralph saying yes. And that he's lonely. He's still on his stage all by himself, awaiting a second duck friend. You got a whole bag of ducks. Link at the top. And I will say, my wrists missed the feel of handcuffs. I've completely healed from putting them on way too tight before, so they're not even sore anymore, and that's just disappointing. Lying about being strong. I know you're strong, Christian muses quietly. He kisses my hair and then, to my great disappointment, releases me. Oh. Bending down, I fish another item out of the open drawer. Several cuffs attached to a bar. I hold it up. How big are these drawers? That, Christian says, his eyes darkening, is a spreader bar with ankle and wrist restraints. Oh, I forgot. Oh, this is that scene. I forgot. This scene was so stupid. Like, it was one of those scenes where the music was trying to do all the heavy lifting to make this seem sexy when it actually could not have been less sexy. How does it work? I asked, genuinely intrigued. The name doesn't give it away for you, bitch? You that dumb? You want me to show you? He breathes in surprise, closing his eyes briefly. I blink at him. When he opens his eyes, they're blazing. Yes, I want a demonstration. I like being tied up. I whisper as my inner goddess pole vaults from the bunker into her chaise lounge. Since when does she like being tied up? This is completely out of the blue. She's never stated this before, or particularly enjoyed it in the past. I mean, it's not on her things I hate list, but for her to suddenly blurt, I like being tied up, after what he tied her up in her t-shirt once, and I think like another time like cuffed her to the headboard one time. Like, no, you do not have the experience to say that. You don't know what you're saying. I'm way too sober for this. Oh, Anna, he murmurs. He looks pained all of a sudden. What? Not here. What do you mean? I want you in my bed, not in here. Come. He grabs the bar in my hand and leads me promptly out of the room. Why are we leaving? I glance behind me as we exit. Why not in there? Christian stops on the stairs and gazes up at me, his expression grave. Anna, you may be ready to go back in there, but I'm not. Last time we were in there, you left me. I keep telling you. When will you understand? Yep. Yep. He's gonna bang her, and then he's gonna insist on an answer to his proposal. I bet you anything. And he's acting like she damaged his precious red room by like tainting it by reacting badly after he like barely fucking did anything. And I'm sorry, I don't feel bad for her at that scene. I don't get the whole "you'll never do that to me again, oh my god, he's a monster." It's fucking bullshit. What he did to her was A, nothing. B, not as bad as things they'd already done. C, she literally asked for it. And D, she's one little baby. You got what you asked for. You don't get to pitch a goddamn fit because you got what you asked for. Plus, she had plenty of time to say no before he started. He told her exactly what he was going to do. She could have put a stop to it right then. She didn't. So if you ask for something, you have to deal with the consequences when you get it. My whole attitude has changed as a result. My whole outlook on life has radically shifted. I've told you this. What I haven't told you is, he stops and runs his hand through his hair, searching for the correct words. Like I'm a recovering alcoholic, okay? That's the only comparison I can draw. The compulsion is gone, but I don't want to put temptation in my way. I don't want to hurt you. This is a terrible analogy! This is a terrible way to look at this! Like, I don't think I can think of a worse comparison or a more insulting one. Like, being kinky is not a disease. And I'm sorry, but no, some idiot airhead bimbo saying that he's known for a week saying, I'm going to leave you because I don't like the bondage stuff. You know what he's going to say? Good riddance. It was a mistake to try with somebody so naive and young. And then he's going to go back to wherever he usually picks up his subs and get somebody who actually is into the lifestyle. No, again, he apparently picked up his subs at classes that he never paid any fucking attention to, or they were bullshit classes. I don't know. But I do know Bondage 101 wasn't offered at my local college. I would have aced that one. Or murdered the teacher. Or both. He looks so remorseful, and in that moment, a sharp, nagging pain lances through me. What have I done to this man? Have I improved his life? He was happy before he met me, wasn't he? No, he doesn't do happy. But also, no, you have not improved his life. You have kind of fucked it up. He was functional before he met you. That level of functioning has certainly varied since you were introduced to things. Like, they are both terrible for each other. She's not a good person in this either. I can't bear to hurt you because I love you, he adds, gazing up at me, his expression one of absolute sincerity, like a small boy telling a very simple truth. So, are we saying that he hated all of his previous subs? Because he's saying he can't hurt her because he's in love with her. So, are we saying he hated all of his other subs? Kinda is. He's completely guileless, and he takes my breath away. I adore him more than anything or anyone. I should not have drank that much wine that fast. Now I don't feel very good. If I abruptly get up, it's because I'm gonna be sick. I do love this man unconditionally. That's changed in the last 12 hours, but hey, false euphoria after sexual assault, it happens. I launch myself at him so hard he has to drop what he's carrying to catch me as I push him up against the wall. Grabbing his face between my hands, I pull his lips to mine, tasting his surprise as I push my tongue into his mouth. Somebody tell E.L. James you cannot taste surprise. Or any of the other bullshit she said has been tasted through a kiss in this chapter. You cannot taste these things. They are not tastes. I'm standing on the step above him. We're at the same level. I feel euphorically empowered. Kissing him passionately, my fingers twisting into his hair. I want to touch him everywhere, but restrain myself, knowing his fear. Regardless, my desire unfurls, hot and heavy, blossoming deep inside me. He groans and grabs my shoulders, pushing me away. Do you want me to fuck you on the stairs? He murmurs, his breathing ragged. Because right now I will. Yes, this is not a surprise. Yes, I murmur, and I'm sure my dark gaze matches his. He glares at me, his eyes hooded and heavy. No, I want you in my bed. He scoops me up suddenly over his shoulder, making me squeal loudly, and smacks me hard on my behind, so I squeal again. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. Okay, I'm sorry, but the throwing your girlfriend over your shoulder and smacking her on the ass thing, no. At least they're not in public this time, but put her down. He stoops to pick up the fallen spreader bar. Can I just say, he is showing some impressive agility to be able to have a grown woman over his shoulder and, like, bend down on a staircase to pick something up. That is kind of impressive and kind of dangerous. Mrs. Jones is coming out of the utility room when we pass through the hall. She smiles at us and I give her an apologetic upside-down wave. I don't think Christian notices her. I fully agree. I don't think he noticed her either, because he doesn't care. He's got one thing on his mind right now. In the bedroom, he sets me down on my feet and drops the spreader onto the bed. I don't think you'll hurt me. I breathe. I don't think I'll hurt you either, he says. He takes my head in his hands and kisses me. Stop doing that. This is the fourth time in like 4 pages that he's grabbed her head. Stop it. He kisses me long and hard, igniting my already heated blood. I want you so much, he whispers against my mouth, panting. Are you sure about this? After today? Okay, do not make me give him credit for having actual fucking insight for a moment. I mean, he would, though. This is something that he should know. Yes, I want you to. I want to undress you. I can't wait to get my hands on him. My fingers are itching to touch him. His eyes widen for a second and he hesitates, perhaps to consider my request. Okay, he says cautiously. I reach for the second button on his shirt and hear him catch his breath. I won't touch you if you don't want me to, I whisper. No, he responds quickly. Do. It's fine. I'm good, he murmurs. I gently undo the button and my fingers glide down his shirt to the next one. His eyes are large and luminous, his lips parted as his breath shallows. He's so beautiful, even in his fear. Because of his fear. Okay, do not glorify trauma, please. I undo the third button and notice soft hair poking through the large V of the shirt. I want to kiss you there, I murmur. He inhales sharply. Kiss me? Yes, I murmur. He gasps as I undo the next button and very slowly lean forward, making my intention clear. He's holding his breath but stands stock still as I plant a gentle kiss among the soft, exposed curls. Don't need hair in my mouth. I undo the final button and lift my face to him. He's gazing at me and there's a look of satisfaction, calm, and wonder on his face. It's getting easier, isn't it? I whisper. He nods as I slowly push his shirt off his shoulders and let it fall to the floor. What have you done to me, Anna? He murmurs. Whatever it is, don't stop. And he gathers me in his arms, thrusting both his hands into my hair and pulling my head right back so he can have easy access to my throat, because he's Dracula. That would actually make this interesting if he turned into a vampire right now. Also, I really need a vampire duck. I am completely jealous of Maddie Moo because she has a skeleton duck. So she at least has Halloween ducks. I found Halloween ducks, but not for $45. And that was only for 4. So, sorry, no. But I did find the cutest little witch duck that I want so much. It's got a pointy head and a pentagram, and I want it. But right now, there's about 4 ducks in the bag that I want to get out and have names so they can be on the stage because I like them. So please consider sponsoring a duck. You get to name it after all, and that's cool. And he gets to stay on the stage with Ralph until we have freed all the ducks, which is going to take about 5 years. He runs his lips up to my jaw, nipping softly. I groan. Oh, I want this man. Why? I mean, seriously, if she was, like, in her head, if she was a gold digger doing all this, it would make so much more sense and I would enjoy this so much more. My fingers fumble at his waistband, undoing the button and pulling down the zipper. Oh, baby, he breathes as he kisses me from behind my ear. As he kisses me behind my ear. Not somewhere I want somebody kissing me. Ew. Even if I just got out of the shower. No. And also, the whole thing about her taking his pants off just makes me want to quote Arya Stark and say, "I'm not the red lady, take your own pants off." That is one of the best lines in that whole series. And it's in a season that was atrociously bad. And also, I remember people losing their shit that Arya Stark had sex, and I'm like, I'm sorry, have you not been paying attention? Even if the last, 3 seasons didn't take place over multiple years, this is still a character who, by the show's own progression, is at minimum, 18 or 19 years old. And in actuality, people have worked it out. She's actually closer to, 25 by that point in the series. So stop whining that the 25-year-old had sex. Just because, Maisie, I forget her last name, Maisie something, is it Williams? Perpetually looks actually 12 years old. I've seen interviews with her at the end of the show, and she really was, 18 or 19. She still looks 12 years old. But the character is a grown woman, fully capable of having sex. So is the actress playing her. Get over it. I do recall that for her, the coolest moment was having Ed Sheeran on the show, because that was her, personal wish, and she couldn't believe it. That's why, in that whole scene, she just looks completely stunned and doesn't really speak. She was supposed to have lines in that scene, but she was too starstruck to say anything. I want him in my mouth. I stepped back abruptly and dropped to my... I'm skipping this. If there's a blowjob scene, I'm skipping it. I'm telling you right now, I'm already nauseous. The wine is not sitting well in my stomach. If I read a blowjob scene, I will definitely vomit all over this book and my keyboard, and I don't need to have to buy a 4th keyboard this year. This is for the ducks, okay? I'm doing this for the ducks. For hope of future ducks. That is what I'm holding on to right now. Future ducks. Cute, quacky, various future ducks. Whoa, he gasps. I tug his pants and boxers sharply, and he springs free. Ugh! Before he can stop me, I take him in my mouth, so now I'm not even sucking hard, enjoying his shocked astonishment as his mouth drops open. He gazes down at me, watching my every move, eyes so dark and filled with carnal bliss. Oh my, I sheath my teeth and suck harder. He closes his eyes and surrenders to this blissful carnal pleasure. I know what I do to him. It's hedonistic, liberating, and sexy as hell. I'm feeling heady, not just from power. I'm not just powerful, I'm omniscient. Kill me. Fucking kill me right now. Fuck you, E.L. James. Fuck anyone who thinks this is sexy. Woman who was sexually assaulted 4 hours ago is dealing with her. I'm constantly mad at you, and I completely victim blamed you and yelled at you and screamed at you for you getting attacked by somebody because I told you so. And she's gonna get on her knees and feel like a goddess, worshiping at the altar of the penis of Christian Grey, which is what this entire fucking series is, and feel like a goddess because she's giving him head after being assaulted. Nobody does this. Nobody feels like this ever. This is not how anybody acts in the history of ever. And I have known women that have said giving head makes them feel powerful. I get it. I'm a dominatrix as well as submissive. I get power dynamics. I'm saying this is not how they work. And this is not how sexual assault survivors act, and this is not how anything works in the real goddamn world. And if anything, Christian Grey would hate her taking this kind of initiative and deliberately stop her because he could not allow her to take this much control or be in this much control. There's no way in fucking hell he doesn't pull her up and say, no, we're doing it my way, and throw her down on the bed, probably ass up. Fuck, he hisses and cradles my head. See, again, and if you grab somebody's head while they're giving you a blowjob, is it really still consensual? Because I don't think it is. And also, if you did that to me, I would bite it off in an instant, but that's why I don't go down anyway, so that would never be a problem. God, try explaining to somebody you're trying to roleplay with that you don't do oral of any kind. They don't get it. They're like, but you do this, right? No. But you do this, right? No. But you do that? No. Take a hint. I do plenty of other things, but not that. You know what else I don't do? Balloons. Uh, Flexing his hips so he moves deeper inside my mouth. She apparently has no gag reflex. Oh yes, I want this. And I swirl my tongue around him, pulling hard over and over. That just sounds painful. Guys in the chat, let me know. Does this sound like a description of like a good time, or clumsy doesn't know what she's doing, not such a great blowjob? Don't have a penis, so I wouldn't know. If you're male, let me know. Does it sound like she knows her stuff, she's doing a good job, or like you'd be going, let's try something else? Okay, not my door. Anna, he tries to step back. No, you don't, Gray. I want you. I grab his hips firmly, doubling my efforts, and I can tell he's close. So now we have her playing with, like, consent issues. Please, he pants. I'm gonna come, Anna. He groans. Why do you care? Good. My inner goddess's head is thrown back in ecstasy, and he comes loudly and wetly into my mouth. I'm gonna puke so hard. Did we really need to be told that it's wet? I think that's a given. Now I'm really gonna vomit. Oh, so this is the game. He opens his bright gray eyes and gazes down at me, and I smile at him, licking my lips. He grins back at me, a wicked, salacious grin. Oh, so this is the game we're playing, Miss Steele. You know, you should not. No. Bends, hooks his hands under my arms, and pulls me to my feet. Suddenly, his mouth is on mine. He groans. I can taste myself. You taste better. I always hate when they do this in porn. Ugh. He murmurs against my lips. He tugs my t-shirt off and throws it carelessly onto the floor. Then picks me up and tosses me onto the bed. I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I said it! I said he was going to throw her onto the bed! I knew it! I knew it! He had to do it! He can't ever do anything like normally. No, he had to pick her up and throw her on the bed. I knew it! I fucking knew it! I was off of my timing, but I knew it! Unzip that mouth. You know we don't do that here. Like, I would give anything for frozen pizza right now. Like those $5 Walmart ones. It'd be so good right now. You know, for some reason they don't list that on their website, so I can't order them with groceries, which is dumb because I like their frozen pizzas. I mean, they're basic as fuck, but they're $5, you know? And they're fairly decent, actually. And they actually cook up in a decent time because I've had frozen pizza that says it takes 20 minutes and then it takes like an hour and a half. Ow! Or, like, nobody ever tell me Delissio is good. It's 95% crust and it tastes like cardboard. And those are expensive, too. They're usually, like, $12, $15, and they're not worth it. Grabbing the end of my sweats, he tugs abruptly so they come off in one swift move. I'm naked underneath, sprawled across his bed, waiting, wanting. His eyes drink me in, and slowly he removes his remaining clothes, not taking his eyes off me. You're one beautiful woman, Anastasia, he murmurs appreciatively. I tilt my head coquettishly to one side and beam at him. You're one beautiful man, Christian, and you taste mighty fine. Okay, stop mentioning that or I'm gonna puke on this book on principle! He gives me a wicked grin and reaches for the spreader bar. Grabbing my left ankle, he quickly cuffs it, strapping the buckle tightly but not too tight. That's a mistake. There is an ideal tightness when it comes to cuffs. You don't want to actually leave them too loose because if you have too much room to move around but still a level of restraint, that's actually a really high rate of a really high likelihood that you're going to cause injury, as opposed to putting it on tighter and limiting movement further, is less likely to cause injury. It might sound counterintuitive to some people, but it is true. Again, you don't want to put it on so tight you're cutting off circulation or anything. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying if you give too much leeway, it does allow more room for people to accidentally injure themselves than if you have it tight. You want to limit the amount of struggling somebody can do, because it's the struggling that causes injury. Like, if I put the cuffs on right now super tight, they're going to leave like indents for a while, but they're not going to leave any more permanent marks. It's when I struggle and I spin them around and I, loosen and then tighten them again, that's what leaves the marks and the bruises that I like so much. And I really miss having and wish that I had right now. He doesn't take his eyes off mine. He doesn't need to see what he's doing. He's done this before. This is not news to you, bitch. He's done everything before. Several times. You know this. Stop acting like this is news. It's not news. We'll have to see how you taste. If I recall, you're a rare, exquisite delicacy, Miss Steele. Oh. Grasping my other ankle, he quickly and efficiently cuffs that one as well, so my feet are about 2 feet apart. Okay, so it's a crappy spreader bar. The good thing about a spreader is that it expands, he murmurs. He clicks something on the bar and then pushes, so my legs spread further. Whoa, 3 feet apart. That's like basic standing width. My mouth drops open and I take a deep breath. Fuck, this is hot. I'm on fire, restless and needy. Christian licks his lower lip. Oh, we're going to have some fun with this, Anna. Reaching down, he grasps the bar and twists so that I flip onto my friend. I told you he was going to put her ass up. It takes me by surprise. See what I can do to you? He says darkly and twists it again, abruptly, so I'm once more on my back. Okay, Christian Grey does not have the strength of the Hulk. He cannot flip an entire human being one-handed. These other cuffs are for your wrists. I'll think about that. Depends if you behave or not. When do I not behave? I can think of a few infractions, he says softly, running his fingers up the soles of my feet. It tickles, but the spreader bar holds me in place, though I try to writhe away from his fingers. There is like secret foot fetishism in both series. There truly is. Christian Grey kind of has a bit of a foot fetish thing. It comes up now and then, and Maxim, we knew, definitely had a thing for shoes. For high heels and stilettos and the like. He definitely did. Your Blackberry, for one. I gasp. What are you going to do? Oh, I never disclose my plans. He smirks, his eyes alight with pure mischief. Wow, he's so mind-bogglingly sexy. It takes my breath away. He crawls up the bed so that he's kneeling between my legs, gloriously naked, and I'm helpless. You're so exposed, Miss Steele. Her hands are not even tied, dude. Like, I'm sorry, but she's far from helpless. He runs the fingers of both his hands up the inside of each of my legs, slowly, surely, making small circular patterns, never breaking eye contact with me. It's all about anticipation, Anna. What will I do to you? His soft-spoken words penetrate right to the deepest, darkest part of me. Okay, after the word deepest, I was expecting a different word. His fingers continue their slow assault up my legs, past the backs of my knees. Instinctively, I want to close my legs, but I can't. Remember, if you don't like something, just tell me to stop, so he can completely ignore her and keep doing it anyway. I wonder if I've scared off Nightwolf or Mark. That we may have lost Mark to the book zone. He is back in school, so he's buried under a pile of things he needs to read, no doubt. Most of law school is a lot of reading, from what I'm told. Bending over, he kisses my belly softly, soft suckling kisses, while his hands continue their slow, torturous journey north up my inner thighs, touching and teasing. Oh, please, Christian, I plead. Oh, Miss Steele, I've discovered you can be merciless in your amorous assaults on me. I think I should return the favor. Do you really want to use that word with her right now? Been sensitive? My fingers clutch the comforter as I surrender myself to him, his mouth gently heading south, his fingers north, to the vulnerable and exposed apex of my thighs. I groan as he eases his fingers inside me, and buck my pelvis up to meet them. Christian moans in response. You never cease to amaze me, Anna. You're so wet. Okay, are we saying most of the time his submissives are not wet? Because that would make sense, certainly. He murmurs against the line of where my pubic hair joins my belly. My body bows as his mouth finds me. Oh my. Oh, excuse me. Oh my. I am not getting any better at that at all. It's just remaining its like very mediocre self. Sorry, puppy girl, if you're there. He begins his slow, sensual assault, his tongue swirling around and around while his fingers move inside me. Because I can't close my legs or move, it's intense. Really intense. My back arches as I try to absorb the sensations. Oh, Christian, I cry. I know, baby, he whispers, and to ease up on me, he blows softly on the most sensitive part of my body. Ugh, please, I beg. Okay, pop quiz. What is the least sexy thing a man can say in bed? It's a long list, but this is definitely near the top and very common. Gentlemen never ever say my name when fucking a woman. Don't be the say my name guy. Do not do it. He commands. Christian, I call, hardly recognizing my own voice. It's so high-pitched and needy. Again, he breathes. Christian, Christian, Christian Grey. I call out loudly. I'm sorry, are you teenage idiots? I can't take this seriously! Ah! This is bad. This is really bad. Ah! You know that song, I am slowly going crazy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, switch, crazy going slowly, am I 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, switch? Don't know why that came to mind. You are mine. Ah! We got a shout out to the cuffs! Look, we got a shout out to the handcuffs. The you are mine handcuffs that I really want to put on, but I can't. I will stick to my own stupid rules. Okay, just realized my email had crashed, so even if anybody donated for a duck and I didn't see it, I'm so sorry. I'm fixing it. I'm fixing the email. Okay, there's nothing there. Okay, good. I didn't screw up. Okay, I did not screw up. I did not fuck up and miss something, but my email's now working. I didn't know it wasn't. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know it wasn't working. Somebody tried to donate a duck and I didn't see it. I'm sorry. I think it's working now. Right? Like, yeah, no, I stand by my line earlier that he's definitely called some of his subs mommy. For sure. Probably while orgasming. Like, that's 100% happened. Oh, whoa. Oh, why does my email have to just fucking dump on me like this? No. Now it doesn't want to move. Now it's frozen. I do not need this fucking move. Stupid, goddamn stupid fucking operating system. I swear to God. I'm gonna beat my computer with a fucking stick. I've got to, tomorrow I am deep diving into, I've got to like do some maintenance. It's fucking driving me crazy. It's been acting like crap the last few days. I can handle a lot of things from my computer fucking up. Being slow as shit is not one of them. I do not tolerate that. I'm gonna get black on the pages. Why do I care? I'm gonna set fire to it anyway. I don't know. I do. Don't ask. His voice is soft and deadly. With one last flick of his tongue, I fall spectacularly, embracing my orgasm, and because my legs are so far apart, it goes on, and I am lost. Okay, just to make it clear, how far apart your legs are when you come does not increase the length of orgasm. That's not how it works. At all. And I'm not choking on hiccups. Vaguely, I'm aware that Christian has flipped me onto my stomach. Okay, if you're so far into subspace you don't realize he's flipped you over and is definitely about to try butt stuff, we're gonna try this, baby. If you don't like it or it's too uncomfortable, tell me and we'll stop. I told you he was gonna try and put it in her butt. I said from the beginning of this book that he's definitely gonna try and do butt stuff in this book. Absolutely, that he was just working up to it, and then he caught her looking at the butt plugs. He's definitely got one in his pocket. He's definitely gonna try and put something up her butt. He had to make me laugh right when I take a mouthful of wine. You're still working? I'm so sorry. We miss you. We miss you a lot. And the puppy girl. Make sure the puppy girl's getting all the treats from me and the belly rubs and the cuddles and wrapped in a blanket and snuggled and treated like a big baby. I have no doubt she's acting like a big baby, but she's loud. Those darn rabbits. It's all the rabbits' fault. You know that, right? They tricked her. If they hadn't come in her yard, she wouldn't have had to chase them so hard, so it's definitely the rabbits' fault. They probably planned it while she was recuperating. How much longer do you have to work, girl? It's almost 11 o'clock. Who the fuck needs tech support at 11 at night? No. She does curl up like a much smaller dog. Like she still thinks she's like this big. And just thinks your lap got smaller. They did. They definitely did. And it was just summer, so the number of bunnies is like higher because they were breeding. Oh, people in Hawaii. Is that where you're getting calls from right now? How far off is Hawaii? It is like really far off the mainland USA, isn't it? It's like 6 hours or something off of mountain time, isn't it? I could be entirely wrong. I'm glad puppy girl is curled on the couch and getting loved on. Give her lots of love from us when she wakes up. Also, steak and dog treats and doggy ice cream and doggy cookies. Oh, does she have the cone back on? Is she really mad about it? Like, I can only imagine the look when she sees you about to put the cone on her again. Like, no, I put up with this for a month. You just took it off yesterday, I swear. I didn't do anything wrong. Why am I being punished? I feel so bad for puppy girl. She's such a sweetie. And it was definitely the rabbit's fault. How you're going to discourage her from seeking revenge, I don't know. But I will wish you lots of luck there. Because I'm sure while Sasha's recovering, she's definitely contemplating revenge on the bunnies. What? I'm too lost in the afterglow. Oh no, we have a puppy. Somebody heard puppy. Aw, look! He heard me talking about Sasha and he wanted to come say hi to her. Yes, and he's gonna lick my face and not look at the camera. Hey, I was right, it is 6 hours off. Hi, licking my face. Hi, licking my face. Hi, look at the camera. Look at all the people who think you're cute. Okay, he would like more ducks as well. And he's going, put me down. Don't. Here he is. Oh, yes. Yes. Do I even want to know what that's in reference to? Hi. Yes. Hi. Yes, you're adorable. You're adorable. Oh, you're adorable. Look at you. Look at this. Look at this dog. Look at the dog. He needs his nails clipped. But other than that, look at this dog. Look how adorable this is. Is this not worth sponsoring a duck or handcuffs? For this adorableness? This whole 8.5 pounds of dog that's outweighed by the cat, who is now 12 pounds because he's putting on winter weight? Not that I'm shaming you for being skinny mini. He's been eating like a little pig, trying to like put on a winter pound, but it's not gonna happen. He's never gained weight. Like, he hit the size that he is now when he hit about 8 months, and that was it. He never got any better. Oh, she doesn't have a cone this time. That's good. She must be so happy about that. That's really good. I was worried about that for her, like, psychologically. Okay. We had enough? We had enough cuddles? I know you want to cuddle. I know you just want to snuggle cuddle, don't you? You just want to cuddle so much. You're so cute and you just want to cuddle. Oh, you're so squishy and I love you so much. I love you so much. Okay, you take care of your pillow, okay? Yes, you take care of your pillow and you stay away from the kitty. Okay? Can you two just leave each other alone? They didn't make it out of the bedroom this morning without whacking at each other. The problem was they both got to the door at the same time, so neither one was willing to let the other go first, therefore. I'm too lost in the afterglow to form any sentient or coherent thoughts. I'm sitting on Christian's lap. How did that happen? I'm wondering this too, because he flipped her over to be ass up, now she's on his lap. What? How much drugs did he put in the wine if she's passing out like this? Lean down, baby, he murmurs at my ear, head and chest on the bed. I told you, I knew it, I knew it, I knew it, I knew he was gonna put her ass up. I knew it, I fucking called it, I knew he was gonna put her ass up. In a daze, I do as I'm told. He pulls both my hands backwards and cuffs them to the bar next to my ankles. Oh, my knees are drawn up. My ass is in the air, utterly vulnerable, completely his. Hannah, you look so beautiful. His voice is full of wonder, and I hear the rip of foil. Oh, is he just straight up gonna do anal to her? Like, with no warning and no prep? I'm not saying that he wouldn't, but ow. He runs his fingers from the base of my spine down towards my sex and pauses a beat over my ass. When you're ready, I want this too. His fingers hovering over me. I gasp loudly as I feel myself tense under his gentle probing. Not today, sweet Anna, but one day. I want you every way. I want to possess every inch of you. You're mine. This is not the sexy talk that the author thinks it is. And he was totally gonna go for butt stuff, but she tensed up and he didn't want to push it too far. But he's making it very clear that despite her saying no, he's going to do it. I think about the butt plug and everything tightens deep inside me. His words make me groan and his fingers move down around to more familiar territory. Moments later, he's slamming into me. Ugh! Gently, I cry, and he stills. You okay? Gently. Let me get used to this. To what? I swear this was supposed to be anal and she changed it. She got cold feet and she changed it. Because what the fuck is she getting used to? That he's doing it from behind? That is not a. That she's in that position, literally cuffed, that takes getting used to. But having him put his penis in her vagina is not something she needs to get used to. Like, seriously, if you're gonna do butt stuff, just do butt stuff. Go for it. It would make perfect sense. Since when does he give a flying fuck about consent? And after he got away with raping her last night, it would make total sense that he would press that advantage to do butt stuff and basically say, once you've experienced it, you'll get over your being afraid of it and you'll know how good it is, baby. I'm doing this for your own good. That's entirely what he would do. He eases slowly out of me and eases gently back in, filling me, stretching me, twice, thrice, and I'm helpless. Yes, good. I've got it now. I murmur. You've got what? You aren't doing anything. I relish the feeling. He groans and picks up his rhythm, moving, relentless, onward, inward, filling me. Now you're just putting in random words. And it's exquisite. There's joy in my helplessness, joy in my surrender to him. Surrendering implies you had free will in the first place. You did not. And to know that he can lose himself in me the way he wants to. I can do this. He takes me to these dark places, places I didn't know existed, and together we fill them with blinding light. Oh yes, blazing, blinding light. Honey, what are you lighting up if you think any of that is fucking true? There's nothing dark about anything that you are doing. He is not taking you to dark places. You're a naive twit. And I let go, glorying in what he does to me, finding my sweet, sweet release as I come again. Still spelling come C-O-M-E. Still coming wrong, E.L. James. Loudly screaming his name, and he stills, pouring his heart and soul into me. That's not what he's pouring into her. Anna, baby, he cries and collapses beside me. Also, when you're calling your partner baby, it's always shifty, it's always dodgy, it doesn't sound very good in certain contexts. His fingers deftly undo the straps. He rubs my ankles and then my wrists. When he's finished and I'm finally free, he pulls me into his arms and I drift exhausted. Also, who gets exhausted from like 10 minutes of sex? Like, I do that when I wake up at least 3 days a week. And then I get up. When I surface again, I'm curled beside him and he's gazing at me. I have no idea what time it is. I could watch you sleep forever, Anna, he murmurs, and he kisses my forehead. Has anybody actually counted how many times the word murmur or murmurs is said in this book? It's got to be over 100. There's got to be like a Kindle copy where you could like search that word and see how many times it comes up. It's got to be like over 100. It has to be. I laugh and shift langoriously beside him. There's a word you don't use every day because you shouldn't. I never want to let you go, he says softly and wraps his arms around me. I never want to go. Never let me go, I murmur sleepily, my eyelids refusing to open. I need you, he whispers, but his voice is distant, ethereal, part of my dreams. He needs me. Needs me. As I finally slip into darkness, my last thoughts are of a small boy with gray eyes and dirty, messy, copper-colored hair smiling shyly at me. Oh, she's like J-Lo in the cell. End of chapter! Alright, it's only 11, so we're not knocking off yet. I'm going to try and power through the next chapter, but the next chapter, I'm not kidding, it legitly is 30 pages. We're already at 30 pages, and book club is usually 40 pages, so we'll see how far we get. If I get too tired or I start losing my shit, we'll hit pause wherever we are. Because I am not going to be up till like 3 a.m. tonight. Sorry, but I'm sick. And I said I wasn't over whatever I got last week, and I'm not. But much improved, certainly. We are going to continue. I am going to get more wine, though, because this is the last of it. Ah. So there will now be a precisely 2-minute intermission, and then we will continue with Chapter 17. Be right back. But if I don't push myself, how will there ever be new ducks? Also, it's not like I have an actual job I need to get up for in the morning, so if I spend the next 3 days being half dead because I pushed it way too hard and made myself twice as sick as I already am, not really going to affect anybody. It's one of the things that comes with being utterly useless to life. Nobody misses you when you don't do it. No, my god. Okay, everyone on my Discord, there is the most adorable puppy picture. Go like it and put a heart and tell Sasha that you love her because, oh my god, she's so cute. But she's so adorable. She still got her Wonder Woman collar. She's laying on a blanket with kitties on it. Which I'm sure she doesn't mind because she's a good girl. She probably likes kitties. But I will say, for a fully grown black lab, her ability to make herself very tiny is impressive. Alright, chapter 17. There's a way to start a chapter. Christian is nuzzling my neck as I slowly wake. Morning, baby, he whispers and nips at my earlobe. My eyes flutter open and close again quickly. Bright early morning light floods the room, and his hand is softly caressing my breast, gently teasing me. Moving down, he grasps my hip as he lies behind me, holding me close. I stretch out beside him, relishing his touch, and feel his erection against my behind. Oh my, a Christian Grey wake-up call. You're pleased to see me, I mumble sleepily, squirming suggestively against him. I feel his grin against my jaw. I'm very pleased to see you, he says as he skates his hand over my stomach and down to cup my sex and explore with his fingers. There are definite advantages to waking up beside you, Miss Steele. He teases and gently pulls me around so that I'm lying on my back. Sleep well? He asks as his fingers continue their sensual torture. He's smiling down at me, his dazzling, all-American, drop-dead male model perfect teeth. There's like 8 words separated by hyphens! What in the actual fuck? There's a limit to how many words you can string together like that! Damn, that's lazy. Ugh, this smells really dumb. And also, seriously, we're an entire book and a half in. We get it. He's gorgeous. He's the statue of David come to life, okay? Stop it already. We get it. God. My hips begin to sway to the rhythm of the dance of his fingers. The dance his fingers have begun. That's an I've had a glass or two of wine line, because I've written stupid shit like that, and in the morning when I'm sober and I look back at what I wrote, I'm like, oh God, I was really up my own ass, wasn't I? I was on some hearts and flowers kick. Delete. He kisses me chastely on the lips and then moves down my neck, nipping slowly, kissing and sucking as he goes. Do I have to put up with a third sex scene in a row? Oh, come on. I moan. He's gentle and his touch is light and heavenly. His intrepid fingers move down and slowly he eases one inside me, hissing quietly in awe. I'm sorry, he's not impressed by his ability to finger you. Like, they treat it like he has the same lack of experience she does when nothing could be further from the truth, so, like, he's not reacting like that to fucking anything. She is not that special, and she doesn't have magic vagina, so stop. Oh, Anna, he murmurs reverently against my throat. You're always ready. You should really see a doctor about that. He moves his fingers in time with his kisses as his lips journey leisurely across my clavicle and then down to my breast. He torments first one, then the other nipple with his teeth and lips, but oh so gently, and they tighten and lengthen in his sweet response. I groan. He growls softly and raises his head to give me a blazing, gray-eyed look. I want you now. He reaches over to the bedside table. He shifts on top of me, taking his weight on his elbows and rubs his nose along mine while easing my legs apart with his. He kneels up and rips open the foil packet. Yep, yep, yep. More sex. More sex. Yep. Ugh. Why am I... Sorry, I'm having extreme itchiness on my side because I've been having unexplained hives the last like 2 days from like here, like down on my side, and I don't know what it's from, but I've been desperately trying not to claw myself anymore because I've already like caused like skin damage and I don't want to because it just makes it worse. I do need to figure out what's setting it off though. I think it's my mattress, but I don't want to deal with it because I don't know what I'm gonna do. I mean, it's my mattress. I can't get rid of it. What the fuck? And I think like the pillow top is wearing out because it's really frayed, and so it's like got all these strings all over it, and I think they're latex because it's like normally in the fabric, but so as long as there's like sheets and stuff, I don't react to it. But because it's like degrading, and now the stretchy string is like coming through the top and touching me, I think I'm allergic to it because it's right where I lay on this side, and it's right where my skin is on the mattress at night. So not sure what to do. I'm thinking if I just put like 3 sheets on top, that should be thick enough. And yes, I know they make mattress covers. The problem is they're latex. Because I've tried them. A very expensive waste of money that I wound up giving away to somebody else. I can't wait until Saturday, he says, his eyes glowing with salacious delight. Your party, I pant. No, I can stop using these fuckers. Aptly named, I giggle. That's not funny. And also, idiot. She went off the birth control for a few days, and now you're saying that what? In about 4 days of being back on the birth control, you can stop using condoms. Way to instruct people on how to get pregnant, moron. Even if she hadn't stopped taking them, it still hasn't been enough actual time for them to be effective yet. He smirks at me as he rolls on the condom. Are you giggling, Miss Steele? No. I try and fail to straighten my face. Now's not the time for giggling. He shakes his head in admonishment, and his voice is low, stern, but his expression, holy cow, is glacial and volcanic at once. Again, pick one. You are not a good writer because you are juxtaposing two opposite things and saying they're happening at the same time. You just sound like a hack. My breath catches in my throat. I thought you liked it when I giggle. I whisper hoarsely, gazing into the dark depths of his stormy eyes. Not now. There's a time and place for giggling. This is neither. I need you to. I need to stop you, and I think I know how. He says ominously, and his body covers mine. That's the end of the paragraph. It jump cuts there. One of the few times this book actually jump cuts over a sex scene and over actual time. I know this is meant to be sexy funny. Problem is that it's not. Like, seriously, just take this one paragraph with no context. Tell me how you would interpret it if somebody asked you this on the street. Not now. There's a time and place for giggling. This is neither. I need to stop you, and I think I know how. He says ominously, as his body covers mine. Tell me that is not like the opening narrative of a true crime thriller. I'm preemptively bending the page in half because it's going to be one of the first ones that I burn. And also, I've forgotten to do that this entire book. Don't worry, I have a plan. What would you like for breakfast, Anna? I'll just have some granola. Thank you, Mrs. Jones. I flush and take my place at the breakfast bar beside Christian. The last time I set eyes on this very prim, proper Mrs. Jones, I was being unceremoniously dragged into the bedroom over Christian's shoulder. You look lovely, Christian says. I'm wearing my gray pencil skirt and gray silk blouse again. Why didn't we get to see this outfit in the movie? That actually looks nice. Most of what she was wearing looked like garbage. Though I do enjoy the nude colored dress that actually makes her look naked in the third one. Love to know who thought that was a good idea, or that beige should ever be worn in movies. Ever. So do you. I smile shyly at him. He's wearing a blue shirt and jeans, and he looks cool and fresh and perfect as always. We should buy you some more skirts, he says matter-of-factly. In fact, I'd love to take you shopping. Oh my god, I was underestimating how much the Mister series really copied every scene, because he does. That's also the thing that he does. He takes what's her name shopping for clothes like twice in a very I'm gonna spoil the orphan kind of way. Annie, that's what I was trying to say. Daddy Warbucks and Annie kind of way. Oh my god, how did I never compare Maxim and what's her name to Daddy Warbucks and Annie, because it's a perfect comparison. At least as far as the way he treats her initially. Shopping. I hate shopping. But with Christian, maybe it won't be so bad. Because she really wanted that Pretty Woman montage in the movie and just couldn't make it happen. But hey, maybe I did say during the shopping scene in the Mister that it's going to rip off the Pretty Woman montage in the movie and probably the actual song Pretty Woman. Oh. Maybe it won't be so bad. I decide on distraction as the best form of defense. I wonder what will happen at work today. They'll have to replace the sleazeball. Christian frowns, scowling as if he just stepped in something extraordinarily unpleasant. I hope they take on a woman as my new boss. Why? Well, you're less likely to object to my going away with her. I tease him. His lips twitch and he starts on his omelet. What's so funny, I ask. You are. Eat your granola. All of it, if that's all you're having. Bossy as ever, I purse my lips but dig at him. So we're back to the food control. I wish I'd been keeping track of that. God, if I put a tick every time he ordered her about food, I'd covered half the book in ticks by now. Excuse me. So the key goes here. Christian points out the ignition beneath the gear shift. Strange place, I mutter, but I'm delighted with every little detail. Practically bouncing like a small child in the comfortable leather seat. Never like leather seats in cars. They get hot, you get sweaty on them, and they're not easy to clean. You have to use like special stuff. Christian is finally letting me drive my car. Sentences that should not be in a relationship. My boyfriend finally let me drive my own car. Ugh. He regards me coolly, though his eyes are alight with humor. You're quite excited about this, aren't you? He murmurs, amused. I nod, grinning like a fool. Just smell that new car smell. You can buy that in a bottle now. This is even better than the submissive special. The A3, I add, quickly blushing. Christian's mouth twists. Submissive special, eh? You have such a way with words, Miss Steele. He's worse. He leans back with a faux look of disapproval, but he can't fool me. I know he's enjoying himself. Well, let's go. He waves his hand towards the entrance of the garage. Sorry, having an OCD moment. Page must be folded perfectly in half. Cannot overspill the margins or it gets messed up and it doesn't look right and then I can't sleep. I clasp my hands and start the car. The engine purrs to life. Putting the gear shift into drive, I use my foot off the brake and the Saab moves smoothly forward. Taylor starts up the Audi behind us once the garage barrier lifts and follows us out of a Scala onto the street. Can we have the radio on? I ask as we wait at the first stop sign. I want you to concentrate, he says sharply. It's your fucking car. Just turn the radio on and he can STF you. No, she does not. And it didn't fix. I have a cushion on my chair now. Problem is, it's not big enough. It doesn't cover the entire seat, so it shifts. Also, I'm thinking of returning it, but I said I would give it 3 days. So it's still got a day and a half left before I have to decide. Besides, even if I do return it, it wouldn't go out until Monday anyway, so, yeah. And they put it in we have these stupid lockers in the lobby that I don't use because you have to subscribe to use them, and we literally have a parcel room, so what the fuck is the point? But they put one of my packages in them, and then it emails you a code to open the door, and of course it didn't work. Now, my stuff should never be put in there because I don't subscribe to that bullshit, because I'm not going to pay somebody for the right to get my own mail at the building that I live in. But the door wouldn't open, so I had to call the office. First guy I speak to doesn't have a fucking clue what I'm talking about. He barely speaks English, which I don't have a problem with as long as it doesn't affect somebody's job. And when you can't understand me telling you, I have a parcel that is stuck in the locker, I need you to use your keys and open it, and he could not understand what I was saying. That I have a problem with, because that's your job, and you can't do it because you don't understand me. So I had to wait until the morning, talk to somebody else, and then I had to call like 4 times to say, like, when are you going to go get it? It's almost Friday. I don't want to wait until Monday. Like, fucking go get it. You put these stupid things in, you're responsible. But this is the building that I called at like 9:30 at night and said, by the way, there's a giant piece of metal jammed under one of the elevator doors and it's causing the door to not only make horrific sounds, but to have real trouble opening and closing, and I think it's coming off the tracks and about to get stuck and break the elevator that they just spent a fortune to repair. And I get told, oh yeah, we knew about that. Somebody's coming in a couple days. Why is the elevator not out of service? There are two. You can take it out of service and it's annoying, but it's fine. The thing is breaking as I'm standing in it. I'm pretty sure the cost of fixing the door is going to be more expensive than people being bitched that we only have one elevator for a day or two. Like, really? I don't get it. Plus, I found out an email the manager left. Sneezing. Take a bouquet. I do have to. And Snickerdoodle, since you're here, here's Ralph for you. Your very own personal duck. And look how awesome he looks rocking his gold Canada stage with his rainbows. I've been trying to get him some friends, I swear. I mean, I know Ralph is lonely, but Sasha will keep him company as long as she's. You have explained to Sasha that Ralph is not for chewing on. So, Ralph is still here in pride of place. The ducks are always here. They just might be to the side, but they are always here. I am working on a way to have them permanently on screen. I'm not sure how yet, but I'll think of something. So we have Ralph, our great little unicorn duck. Look how shiny. Look at his tail. Look at his tail. How cute is he? He's got a horn and a mane and a tail. He's so cute. He's such a cute duck. He's got such a great name. You just need some friends. I'm glad she wouldn't eat Ralph. I don't think there's a rabbit duck, so it should be safe. Don't quote me on that. There could be a rabbit duck I don't know about, but I don't think that there is one. But I'm glad she would not chew Ralph. She gets when she's awake, she gets some belly from me for respecting ducks. If there was real ducks in a pond, would she jump in after them? Or is she not a water dog? Christian, please, I can drive with music on. I roll my eyes. He scowls for a minute, then reaches for the radio. You can play your iPod and MP3 disc. You can play your iPod and MP3 discs as well as CDs on this. Hey, E.L. James, you're being an idiot at technology is showing again because there's no such thing as MP3 discs. That's not how MP3s work. But this is the woman who repeatedly said that Maxim is handing what's her name the Xbox console so they could play, what was it, Call of Duty or some stupid shit? I don't know. I don't know. And also it's spelled wrong. Because it's spelled DISCS, like, you know, wrong. So yeah, we have major technology fail for the author there. Seriously, this came out in like 2012. MP3s had been around for like 15 years. And again, supposedly editors actually went over this. Nobody caught that. Nobody caught the her saying that something happened yesterday that actually happened 4 hours earlier and was the same day? Yes, it's a music file. That's the point. It is a file. It is not, there's no physical copy. It's not on a disc. It's on your iPod and you plug the iPod into the radio. That's what she's meaning to say. She's just saying it badly because she doesn't understand. But yeah, like seriously, she couldn't research whether MP3s are discs or not, and yet I'm trying to look up complex steps to surgery and failing so that I don't sound like an idiot on a fan fiction. You know, I looked up different type. I looked up and found like 7 different types of forceps, so I would know which one a character would appropriately be using in a scene because they're supposed to have medical knowledge, and I knew if I got it wrong, I'm going to make my character that is supposed to be a surgeon sound like an idiot because they're using the wrong tool. You know what I learned about the different types of forceps? That I have no idea why there are so many different types. They're really not all that different at all. Like, I looked at pictures of side-by-sides, and there's like 4 of them that I swear are identical. And they're all named for different people. I swear they're exactly the same thing. The 2 loud, dulcet tones of police suddenly fill the car. Christian turns the music down. King of Pain. Is this a real song or did she make it up? Hear Anthem, I tease him, then instantly regret it when his mouth tightens in a thin line. Oh no. Okay, you should not have to like watch every word. This is like he's showing so many signs of like borderline personality disorder as well. I have this album somewhere. I continue hastily to distract him. Somewhere in the apartment I've spent very little time in. That's not true. I wonder how Ethan is. I should try to call him today. I won't have much to do at work. Well, you never do have much to do at work because you don't work. Like, most of her work time is spent email arguing with Christian. She doesn't fucking work. And now she doesn't even have a boss, so who does she answer to? Nobody. Like, seriously, she's literally the assistant to nobody. I think she does have kids. I think I saw in some interview she's got like 2 boys. I think they're grown. I think if I recall correctly, she does have 2 sons. I think. I could be wrong. Oh, and I did look up for the movie to check in and see how it's progressing. It's progressing. The various European IMDb knockoffs are getting filled out. There is production details coming forward, so it doesn't look like it's going into production this year. Probably slated for next year. So I would expect probably January, February there will be significant movement. Yeah, probably. I have seen an 8-track once. I've never played one. I don't know how or what you play it on, but I've seen one, I think. Anxiety blooms in my stomach. What will happen when I get to the office? Will everyone know about Jack? Will everyone know of Christian's involvement? Will I still have a job? Sheesh, if I have no job, what will I do? Okay, she doesn't need to worry about this and she knows it. This is just ridiculous. And yes, everybody's going to know that Jack got fired. No, they're not going to know that he sexually assaulted you. And no, they're not going to know that Christian Grey owns the company because he hasn't made that public yet. Though I am seriously wondering, what the hell is she going to do? Like, she works for nobody right now. Marry the gazillionaire, Anna. My subconscious has her snarky face on. That is basically what her mother told her to do, so there is that. I ignore her. Rapturous bitch. Hey, Miss Smartmouth, come back. Christian drags me into the here and now as I pull up at the next traffic light. You're very distracted. Concentrate, Hannah, he scolds. Accidents happen when you don't concentrate. He would be the passenger from hell. Oh, for heaven's sake. And suddenly I'm catapulted back in time to when Ray was teaching me how to drive. I don't need another father. Father. A husband, maybe. A kinky husband. Is that her, like, addressing the mommy-daddy dynamics going on here? By Anastasia saying she doesn't need a daddy? Because that's true. She's never played into that. He has. I still think when he fucks her up the ass, he's gonna call her mommy. You know, I will say, I don't like the whole being called mommy thing, and I certainly will never, ever, 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 ever call anyone that I am playing with daddy, because it just doesn't work for me, and there's reasons that I will never, ever do it. But I have had guys randomly call me mommy during sex. It's creepy, okay? When it's not, like, pre-planned and you didn't ask my permission, it's creepy to have somebody that's fucking you just randomly call you mommy. Ugh. Like, if I'm spanking you and making you cry and you want to call me mommy, that's fine, but don't do it while we're having sex. And again, ask permission beforehand. Don't randomly blurt out with the mommy shit. Because I need to be in a place mentally before I can deal with that. Because personally, not my thing. I'm just thinking about work. Baby, you'll be fine, trust me. Christian smiles. Your kinky boyfriend owns the company that he bought to protect you. So yeah, you're going to be perfectly fine. You don't actually need to worry about having a job. This is true. Oops. Drop my Powerpuff. I've seen, like, videos of 8-tracks. Yeah, they're super huge. Please don't interfere. I want to do this on my own. Your idiot boss already informed you that you didn't do this on your own. That he hired you for very specific reasons, i.e., that you were connected to Christian Grey. So you already have been confirmed that you did not get this job on merit, which explains why you have a job you do not deserve and are not qualified for. Again, any decent person would quit. Which is what she should do, because she has no business being there, and no wonder she's terrible at her job. Christian, please, it's important to me. I say as gently as I can. I don't want to argue. His mouth sets once more into a hard, stubborn line. I think he's going to berate me again. Oh no. Let's not argue, Christian. We had such a wonderful morning. And last night was... Words fail me. Last night was... heaven. They've had better sex in these books. Not that any of the sex is particularly good, but they've definitely had better. Choking on nothing. He says nothing, and I glance over at him, and his eyes are closed. Yes, heaven, he says softly. I meant what I said. What? I don't want to let you go. I don't want to go. He smiles, and it's this new, shy smile that dissolves everything in its path. Boy, it's powerful. Ah! Good, he says simply, and he visibly relaxes. I drive into the parking lot half a block from SIP. I'll walk you to work. Taylor will take me from there. Christian offers. I climb awkwardly out of the car, restricted by my pencil skirt, while Christian climbs out gracefully, at ease with his body, or at least the impression of someone at ease with his body. Because we're, what, implying that she's sore? What? Someone who can't bear to be touched can't be that at ease. I frown at my errant thought. What the fuck does one have to do with the other? Nothing would be the correct answer. Don't forget we're seeing Flynn at 7 this evening. Did I miss that? When did this happen? He says as he holds out his hand to me. I press the remote door lock and take his hand. I won't forget. I'll compile a list of questions for him. Questions? About me? I nod. I can answer any questions you have about me. Christian looks affronted. Okay, what kind of therapist is going to answer questions about a patient to a random fucking stranger? Even with that patient's consent, even if Christian said, yes, I want you to give her full access, tell her everything, no secrets, blah, blah, blah. Any decent therapist, which Dr. Flynn is not, we already know this, and he's up there with the therapist in Split. They're tied for the worst. But no therapist is going to just start disclosing personal, intimate details from therapy to anyone, especially somebody that their patient has known for like 3 weeks and is saying, I'm going to marry this girl, so tell her whatever she wants to know. Like, any therapist is going to be like, okay, we need to have some intense sessions because you are clearly not thinking right. This is not a real relationship. This is not healthy, and I'm not going to implode your life by telling a random stranger your most intimate details, because 3 weeks from now you won't be together and you'll regret that you told her these things. Really got to get a better sharpener for this. I have one, but it tends to like sharpen one side and then it screws it up. Okay, somebody sent me a picture of an 8-track tape. I have seen those. If you asked me to like, if you held it up and said, what's this? I probably couldn't tell you that it's an 8-track and I have no idea how it works. Is there only one song on that? Or is that an entire album? Because they are huge. Do you actually have something that'll play that? Okay, do you own one because you've had it for like 60 years, or like you found it at a yard sale and wanted it for nostalgia? Because my music goes back to cassette tapes. I know cassette tapes. And my mom had them. I started out with CDs when I was old enough for music. I think I still have a couple of CDs. Yeah, I know I do. Yeah. I know where they're. I've got about a dozen CDs, but several thousand MP3s. Tens of thousands. It's an album, and you do have a player that actually still works. See, you should make a video of that. That'd be cool to see. Give me. Ow! Okay, why do hiccups have to punch you in the throat on the way up? That's not fair. I smile at him. Yes, but I want the unbiased, expensive charlatan's opinion. I agree with her that Flynn is a charlatan. Is that why his name is Flynn? Are we being serious? Is she at it with the names again? Flynn is in Flim Flam Man? Is that what we're implying? Because he kind of fits the bill. He's the horrible therapist. And Christian even said he was the second opinion, which makes me think that the first person told Christian Grey that he needs to be institutionalized and probably medicated for life because he has serious sadistic tendencies that don't recognize any limits, and his money and his intellect make him incredibly dangerous. So Flynn is the second opinion who said, okay, we're going to put all that aside and pretend that you're not a psycho serial killer, and focus on goals. Which makes him sound more like a life coach than a psychiatrist, but, he's getting paid like $100,000 a session, so. He frowns and suddenly pulls me into his embrace, holding both my hands tightly behind my back. Again, without consent, don't do this, and you don't have it. Though they've both apparently agreed that he has full dominion over her body at any time and any place and can do whatever he wants, even if she tells him no, because she did and he still did it, and she's okay with it, therefore sending that message, which is a horrible message to send. Is this a good idea? He says, his voice low and husky. I lean back to see the anxiety looming large and wide in his eyes. It tears at my soul. If you don't want me to, I won't. I stare at him, blinking, wanting to caress the concern out of his face. I tug on one of my hands and he frees it. I touch his cheek tenderly. It's smooth from shaving this morning. What are you worried about? I ask, my voice soft and soothing. That you'll go? Christian, how many times do I have to tell you? I'm not going anywhere. You've already told me the worst. I'm not leaving you. Then why haven't you answered me? Answer you? I murmured disingenuously. You know what I'm talking about, Anna. I sigh. I know. I want to know that I'm enough for you, Christian, that's all. And you won't take my word for it, he says, exasperated, releasing me. Christian, this has all been so quick, and by your own admission, you're 50 shades of fucked up. I can't give you what you need. I murmur. It's just not for me. But that makes me feel inadequate, especially seeing you with Layla. Who's to say one day you won't meet someone who likes doing what you do? And who's to say you won't, fall for her? Someone much better suited to your needs. The thought of Christian with anyone else sickens me. I stare down at my knotted fingers. Okay, stop saying her fingers are knotted. She's not 87 and arthritic. Stop saying that. And also, she's right. Because yes, he will leave her when he finds that perfect person. Of course he will. Yes, because it's true love, even though they're completely incompatible and he should be in a padded room. And a jail cell, because Persnickety, you weren't here last week, but we had the definitive, it's definitely rape and nobody can argue with me scene. She definitively told him to stop doing sex to her. He refused to stop, did it anyway, caused her pain, and then ordered her to orgasm for him when she was trying to ignore his fucking her when she didn't want him to. And that was before her boss sexually assaulted her. Yes, thank you. That is entirely the point. The last 3 chapters, and I'm extending it to this one, these 4 chapters are just sending the worst possible messages. And because again, this is meant to be instructional to conservative religious women. That's why this book exists. That's why Twilight exists. Twilight is for the teenager, and then when she's 16 and being forced into marriage, you give her 50 Shades to teach her how to be a wife. I have no doubt this has happened. Yeah, she really thought that was a really clever sentence. It's like when Kurtzman wrote Please Friends Choose to Live and thought it was a badass line in Picard. Never watch Picard. There's my official word. Never, ever, 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 ever watch that series if you like Star Trek, because it will break your heart and make you want to kill things. The 3rd season's almost tolerable. I still plan to take the 10 episodes, 12 episodes, I don't care, neither do they, and actually cut it into a decent Star Trek movie, because in the 3rd season at least you could get a decent Star Trek Next Generation movie out of it. Not that they ever made a good Next Gen movie. They didn't. They all sucked. 2 of them are abysmal. But you could cut the 3rd season at least into a decent movie. Pretty much the first 4 episodes of it are a decent movie. The rest is garbage. The first 4 episodes are actually pretty tolerable. And I like the character of Captain Shaw. I want to see more of him. I want a spin-off series with him. I know he's dead. Shut up. It's like they haven't brought people back from the dead. They have alternate timelines and multiverses now. Shut up. It really is, but this one especially explicitly was. He started to do sex to her. She said, and I quote, "Stop. No, I can't do this right now." He does not stop. She told him no several more times. He continued to do it. I meant week before last week. You are correct. I'm sorry. It really is. This really is the dummy's guide to abusive relationships. Like, it definitely is. I wasn't here last week. I was off sick last week. I know. I was at Artie's earlier. I was watching Artie and Biggin and the news and somebody else all live at the same time, while at the same time trying to get set up and going like, where's my tie? Where's my lipstick? Where's the ducks? Where's the wine? Where's my dog? While I've got 4 live streams going at the same time that we're fighting with each other. No, I posted a video, an Artie's video sucks, where I said this lady is like 28 days later. If you only watch the first minute of that video, you will not regret it. Watch the first minute of that video. It's something out of a horror movie. True, we were all here. We were all not here last week because I was sick. That's why I'm still sick. I'm not fully over it, but I'm better. It doesn't help that it's been one of those weeks where it's warm one day, then it's freezing, then it's warm, then it's freezing. That's not helping. And it's been really cold the last few days, like inside. They turned the heat on, but it's not like fully up yet. It takes a few days. So like this morning, my desk that I'm sitting at, like that's how I can tell how cold it is in the apartment, is if I touch my desk, and it was freezing. I was shivering like all morning. It's so cold. And the dog's mad at me because I can't find any of his sweaters. I think I put them in the wash and then I put them away with my winter clothes, which I haven't unpacked yet, but don't tell him. Don't tell the dog I potentially lost all of his sweaters. They have to be here. They have to be here somewhere. They wouldn't have left the apartment. They have to be here somewhere. So somewhere I have dog sweaters, and I'll find them. But it took me an hour to realize he was saying, "Mommy, I'm cold. I want my sweater. Why are you letting me be cold? I don't like being cold." They have no body fat or fur. Does Sasha have puppy sweaters? Or puppy boots? I mean, does she get cold or is she good? Does she like to roll in the snow? Or does she look at snow and go, "Why is it here? Why did you let this happen? I don't like this. I don't want to walk in this. Can we stay inside?" So is she rolling in the snow, or "You're not taking me out in the snow"? That tends to be the line with dogs. They're one or the other. I've never met a dog that was in the middle. They're one or the other. They love the snow or they hate the snow. I was on the other page. I know where I was. Really gonna look up how to make my own highlighters, I swear. I knew several women who liked doing what I like to do. None of them appealed to me in the way you do, because none of them were brain dead virgins. It's only ever been you, Anna, because you never gave them a chance. You spent too long locked up in your fortress, Christian. Look, let's discuss this later. She's right. She is completely right. He just wasn't in a place where he was looking for a relationship, so she's in the right place at the right time. It has nothing to do with her. She's just hitting him at a psychologically vulnerable moment where things are clicking and he's decided that he needs to do this and he needs to acquire a wife to make his life better, and he wants to own her in full possession forever because she's the perfect play toy. And so that's the only reason that he thinks he's in love with her and wants to marry her. It's not love. that he's feeling. It's possession, it's ownership, it's the desire to control and utterly dominate, to have the perfect slave for life. Again, season 1, Law and Order SVU, episode actually called Slaves. I believe it's episode 22. I swear to God that character is the inspiration for Christian Grey. He even looks like him as described in the books. He actually, his physical demeanor, the guy in that episode who plays the Christian Grey character of that episode, which by the way, that episode is years before these books. Over 10 years before these books. But I am telling you, watch that episode. Watch the guy that has the slaves and tell me that he was not the character model for Christian Grey. Because he was. Okay, so she's not a snow dog. And she doesn't approve of sweaters. But for Christmas, you'll put reindeer antlers on her and take a picture of her being miserable about it, right? Just for us. You don't have to leave them on, but you gotta put them on for a picture. Especially if she's moping about it. Come on. But I prove that she does not do snow. Silly girl. Beautiful puppy baby. I have to go to work. Maybe Dr. Flynn can offer us insight. This is all far too heavy a discussion for a parking lot at 8:50 in the morning. And Christian for once seems to agree. He nods, but his eyes are wary. Come, he orders, holding out his hand. Okay, seriously, him just saying come and like taking her somewhere, this has become a habit now. What is that, like the 10th or 15th time just in these 2 chapters? Like, he's treating her more and more like a dog all the time and not in the good way. When I reach my desk, I find a note asking me to go straight to Elizabeth's office. My heart leaps into my mouth. Oh, this is it. I'm going to get fired. You deserve to be fired. Not because her boss sexually assaulted her and she now works for no one. Somebody will eventually take that job and she'll work for them. She deserves to be fired for being terrible at her job, using company email for personal errands, and for doing fuck all that is her job while she was there. And for missing several days during her first 2 weeks due to unknown reasons. I mean, every time I've been new at a job, you get told that you don't get any days off for like the first 6 months. Not that I haven't had to take a day off here or there, and as long as you have a good reason, they're generally fine about it. Like, I had to go to a funeral once, and it was like my 7th day on the job, and I was like, you know, if it wasn't a funeral, obviously I wouldn't, but fortunately they were cool about it. They're like, yeah, we know nobody's supposed to have a day off during training, but like, we get it. It's a funeral, you have to go. So, like, we're not gonna fire you for having a life event. Anastasia. Elizabeth smiles kindly, waving me into a chair before her desk. I sit and gaze at her expectantly, hoping that she can't hear my thumping heart. She smooths her thick black hair and regards me with somber, clear blue eyes. I have some rather sad news. Sad? Oh no. I've called you in to inform you that Jack has left the company, rather suddenly. I flush. This isn't sad for me. Should I tell her I know? His rather hasty departure has left a vacancy, and we'd like you to fill it for now, until we find a replacement. I remember this. Even in the movie, this was the stupidest fucking part. I'm sorry. Idiot twit girl who just graduated college 2 fucking weeks ago not only lands a job as like the #1 assistant to the editor-in-chief of a fairly major publishing house, which that's never going to happen because anyone who's right out of college isn't getting that job, and they wouldn't know what the fuck to do if they did. But now we have the ultimate idiot move, and Christian pulled the strings, and that's why he was smiling downstairs when she was stressing about getting fired, because he knew he'd already done this, and yes, he absolutely did, because she is now editor-in-chief at a publishing house, 2 weeks out of college and being like 21 years old and too stupid to walk and chew gum at the same time. Oh, puppy girl. No. Oh my god, there's a puppy in the snow, and yep, she keeps right to her path and is like, no, you're not making me walk in the snow. That's not happening. No. No. I'm not going in the snow. At least you don't have to worry about losing her in it. I had an all-white fluffy dog and he liked to do the jump, make a big hole, look around, jump, make a big hole in the snow. The problem is, like, he's all white. He's the same as the snow, so I'd lose him like 10 feet out. And you tell Sasha to get that look off her face. I want to see her with reindeer antlers. Though I love the picture of her wearing the headset. Hello, Sasha, pretty girl. Can you hear me? When you put the headset on her and I say her name, does she look around? Yes, check out my Discord for proof of all things Sasha. Being a puppy. How do I never remember to have the link to my Discord fucking ready? How do I never, ever remember that? For anyone in the chat who doesn't have it, that is the link to my Discord. Yes, exactly. Fucking anyone is going to assume that that's the case, especially in like 3 weeks when it's announced that her well-known public boyfriend owns the company. Everyone's gonna know. What? I feel the blood rush from my head. Me? But I've only been here for a week or so. Wow, less time than I thought. I gave her credit for 2 weeks. It's only been a week or so, and we know she's taken at least 3 days off due to stalker. Yes, Anastasia, I understand. But Jack was always a champion of your abilities. He just got fired for trying to rape her. How much are we taking his word? He had high hopes for you. He had something up, that's for sure. I stopped breathing. He had high hopes of getting me on my back, sure. Is it bad the book is echoing my sarcasm? It's not good writing just because I snarked it. Not giving it that, I refuse. Here's a detailed job description. Have a good look through it and we can discuss it later today. I'm sorry, if you need to be given the job description for the job you just got, you shouldn't be doing the job. But please, I know this is sudden, but you've already made contact with Jack's key authors. She did? Why? How? If I'm an author and I'm working with this publishing house and I have some idiot twit barely out of college contacting me, I'm going to reconsider who my publisher is. You don't let morons and assistants talk to your fucking key authors. You show them respect because they pay your bills. You have a shrewd mind, Anastasia. Okay, that's the biggest lie in the entire book. She's a fucking moron. Like, honest to God, I put her IQ at about 70, and I'm not kidding. And yes, I know where the line of developmentally delayed is. Don't use the R word in my chat. I know some people in America still do. Don't use that word in my chat. It's developmentally delayed, or shut your mouth. We all think you can do it. Yes, all of us that would like to keep our job and we're threatened by the new owner that if we want to, we better kiss your ass. Okay, this is unreal. There's the most true statement of the book. Everything in it is unreal. Look, think about it. In the meantime, you can take Jack's office. She stands, effectively dismissing me, and holds out her hand. I shake it in a complete daze. I'm glad he's gone, she whispers, and a haunted look crosses her face. Holy shit. What did he do to her? Well, Christian did tell you that he had a history of preying on his female associates, if you were paying attention. Back at my desk, I grab my Blackberry and call Christian. He answers on the second ring. Anastasia, you okay? He asks, concerned. They've just given me Jack's job. Well, temporarily, I blurt out. You're kidding, he whispers, shocked. He's lying his fucking ass off. He completely did this. I don't believe the book or the movie when they both try to bullshit that he is not behind this. He is 100% behind this. Okay, if I'm George Carlin and I want to call her that in a stand-up, that is allowed. Does she really have a developmentally delayed son? I didn't even know she had a son. I remember she had 2 daughters because they both got knocked up like Britney Spears. And she had a, like, dumbass reality show, but I only remember her 2 daughters. I don't remember her having a son. Though if he is developmentally delayed, that would make sense why they would, like, keep him out of the spotlight and away from the media, etc., for his own safety. Yeah, because we had reporters come around school once after a friend of mine got kidnapped. And she was severely developmentally delayed, and that's what allowed this situation to happen. And yeah, a couple of reporters a couple weeks later came around the schoolyard, and you better believe when there's a random adult on the schoolyard, and keep in mind we're in middle school, we're not little kids, we're like 12, 13, so a random adult who's not somebody's parent on the schoolyard is going to stand out, and they got run off pretty quickly. Because, and also, I'm sorry, but you're a sleazeball reporter if you are trying to sneak onto a middle school playground to ask an underage, developmentally delayed girl that you do not have permission to talk to about her, the guy who kidnapped her, which she didn't fully understand what had happened, and we were trying to keep it that way. But her mother had clearly, like, made it clear to local press that you're not speaking to my daughter. Her mom was right. Plus, this was only like a week after it happened. There was still, like, investigations going on. There was still criminal charges pending. Like, nobody can talk to the press while that's going on. But you don't sneak onto a playground and try and talk to a minor by themselves. That's just gross. Really? I'm not at all surprised that she would say that or hold that opinion, whether it's true or not. It's, politically advantageous, especially back then, to say it. Oh, really? Oh, that's just sad and sick. I'm done with the fucking hiccups. That is a form of child abuse for sure. And I feel bad for him. Again with the choking on nothing. I'm not surprised that she's one to do the I'm better than other women thing. A lot of conservative religious women play the I'm holier than thou bullshit. One of the reasons I hate organized religion because of that shit. and my getting caught up in it. Not that I ever did it, but people did basically insulting or putting me down to make themselves look better. Like, you're a better Christian than me because blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, honey, you really want to compare notes? Because I actually listen to Jesus and you just have a t shirt. That was a long time ago. I do not consider myself religious in any way. If anything, I would say I'm polytheistic. I believe what I believe, and anybody who wants to tell me what I should believe or it doesn't conform to their beliefs can get the fuck out of my face. Did you have anything to do with this? My voice is sharper than I mean it to be. No, not at all. I mean, with all due respect, Anastasia, you've only been there for a week or so. And I don't mean that unkindly. So he's genuinely trying to pretend he had nothing to do with this when he had everything to do with this. Like, come on. Did he now? Christian's tone is frosty, and then he sighs. Well, baby, if they think you can do it, I'm sure you can. Congratulations. Perhaps we should celebrate after seeing Flynn. Are you sure you had nothing to do with this? He's silent for a moment, and then he says in a low, menacing voice, Do you doubt me? It angers me that you do. Okay, can I hit him in the head with something heavy now? Because he's blatantly lying. She knows he's lying, but he's basically saying, hey, I'm allowed to lie to you, and I expect you to swallow it. I did not just, that was an unintentional pun. Shut up. But I expect you to put up with my bullshit and believe my lies and act like they're true. You don't want to make me mad now, do you? This is true. Yes, they are all about control. Power and wealth, probably in that order. TV show The Borgias did an excellent show. Jeremy Irons, The Borgias, excellent show. I really like Jude Law and Young Pope too, but they fucked themselves over episode 2, and then the show got like so fucked up. It wound up having a second season, but like 4 years later, and it was like entirely new cast, and it was fucked up and stupid. Like, I hate it when shows have a good thing and they just fuck it up. Wait, The Daily Show covered that? Okay, so that's maybe why I don't remember, because that's really all I know her from is that election and then like clips of her reality show, and that both her daughters got knocked up at 16 because they didn't have they never had sex ed, so they didn't know what they were doing and got pregnant. One of them, I think, twice. Yeah, because I remember her bullshit of like, yeah, my unwed teenage daughter is pregnant for a first and second time, and so is my other one, but that's our family and we have the right to choose, but you don't. It's like every Republican politician who gets called out not only for having multiple affairs and multiple mistresses, and usually a drug dealer among them, but when it comes out that, oh, they paid for abortions for the mistresses. And it's like, well, it wasn't the right time in our family, and I didn't want to hurt my wife with the child, so I made the choice I had to make. But I firmly believe that nobody should have an abortion except for me. And see, that's the thing with people in religion that want power. It's, I want to control everybody else, but I want to be in charge so nobody can control me. It's Hayden Christensen in Attack of the Clones, which is not as bad a movie as people think it is. I'm sorry, people need to shut up. That because it has badly written dialogue and a really cheesy romance, that it's a bad movie. It's not a bad movie. You know what's a bad movie? Return of the Sith. Or is it Revenge of the Sith? I don't remember. Whatever the third one in the prequels is, that's a bad movie. Oh, yeah. Because sometimes they run into it head first, and then they have to like reverse course on the spot, and it's like watching a cartoon character when they run off a cliff, and then they cartwheel backwards, and they hover there until they look down, and then they look at the camera, and then they fall. It's like that. Ugh. Okay, we have 20 pages left. We're probably not getting through them all. I'm just going to call that right now. But we'll see. I'm trying. Did she really, though? Did she really? Because I don't think she did. I mean, seriously, how many abortion clinics are there in Alaska? There's like 25 people in the entire fucking state. I swallow. Boy, he gets mad so easily. You've known this for like 1,500 pages. This is not news. I'm sorry, I breathe, chastened. I'm sorry, why is she chastened? This is the problem. This is the problem. I'm telling you, the rape scene is where she crossed the line and gave up. He broke her. Not that there was much there, but he definitely broke her because she's very different afterwards. She's just completely given up. If you need anything, let me know. I'll be here. And Anastasia, what? Use your Blackberry, he adds tersely. She is! She made a point of saying that's what she's calling him on. He can't tell the difference between her personal number and her work number. Yes, Christian. He doesn't hang up as I expect him to, but takes a deep breath. I mean it. If you need me, I'm here. In other words, if you want to bang over your desk to celebrate, I'm here. His words are much softer, conciliatory. Oh, he's so mercurial. That's not the word for it. His mood swings are like a metronome set at presto. That's actually fairly slow. And people have postulated that he's bipolar. He's not bipolar. If anything, he's borderline, but mostly what he is just a narcissistic, rich, spoiled brat who's immature as fuck and never grew up. Most of what he needs is to be smacked upside the head and told to grow the fuck up, shut your mouth, and learn that you can't get everything you want right when you want it, and women are not just fuck toys for your amusement. You know, he doesn't need medication, he needs person lessons. And to be told he's not the center of the universe and stop acting like a prick. But the problem is he is rich enough, he can do whatever the fuck he wants. Like, that's I have a theory that is why, like, law enforcement does not exist in this universe, because he knows he's rich enough to get away with whatever the fuck he wants to get away with. He absolutely knows this. So I think at some point when he was like 19 or 20 and dropping out of college, he probably decided the law doesn't apply to him any more than any other social norms or rules of, quote, normal people apply to him. Because he's so much better than everybody else and so much richer and so much more powerful, and he's got a red room and lots of money. So he can do whatever the fuck he wants and get away with it, and he knows it. I'd better go. I have to move offices. You were somebody's idiot assistant. You didn't have an office. Shut up. If you need me, I mean it, he murmurs. I know. Thank you, Christian. I love you. I sense his grin at the other end of the phone. I've won him back. Okay, stop it. I'm gonna vomit on purpose at this point with this trite bullshit. Because all she has done for the last 20 goddamn pages is try and keep this toddler of a man from having a shit fit over nothing. She's constantly obsessed with his mood now, and oh my god, I made him mad. Oh, how do I placate him? Should I get on my knees and suck his dick so he won't get mad at me and won't yell at me again? Oh, let me do that. That's not a relationship. Seriously, right? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm fucking saying, that she's acting like like all this is new, and it's like, bitch, you've known this since day one. That's why you didn't want to date him in the first place, because you saw his bullshit temper and you were afraid of it, rightly so. Nothing has changed. Except that I think he's been drugging her long enough that it's completely fried her brain. What is he giving her, Thorazine on the side? Wouldn't surprise me the way she's acting. Or what, like scopolamine on her pancakes? I love you too, baby. Oh, will I ever tire of him saying those words to me? I'll talk to you later. Laters, baby. Okay, stop it with that shit. I'm skipping the baby lines. Fucking hate them. I hang up and glance at Jack's office. My office. Holy cow. Anastasia Steele. Acting editor. Who would have thought? I should ask for more money. I actually would have asked. I'm like, okay, so I'm being promoted to Jack's job. That means I get his salary, right? Like, I'm sorry. If you're going to put me in a ridiculous position I don't deserve, I'm at least going to get paid. I'm going to look like a fucking idiot and get fired within a week, but I'm going to get paid good for that week. Like, seriously, anyone out there, have you ever actually been offered a job or a task or not a promotion, but an extra thing to do at work that would have gotten you more money, but you actually said, I'm not qualified to do that, so I'm turning it down? Yeah, there you go. I don't know where she got Later's Baby from. It sounds like something out of like an 80s like Grease style rocker movie. What would Jack think if he knew? I shudder at the thought and wonder idly how he's spending his morning. Obviously not in New York as he expected. I stroll into my new office, sit down at the desk, and start reading the job description. At 12:30, Elizabeth buzzes me, so she did nothing for the first 4 hours of the day except read the job description because she doesn't know what she's fucking doing. Ugh. I get the being overqualified for what you're doing. Yeah, I've been there, done that, and you hope that you get asked to do something actually worth doing because you're really bored. Yeah, I get that. But I have been asked to do things that I'm not qualified for, and I've refused to do them. So far, once this has gotten me fired. Twice I got told, okay, we'll ask somebody else. And once I got told, yeah, you're definitely right about that, and I tried to tell them that, but they wouldn't listen. Because I was literally being asked to do something that involves safety and having a specific certification for that safety reason that I did not have and I had never trained for. And I'm like, no, you're not putting me in charge of a safety position that I am not trained for, not certified for, and I don't know what's expected of the job. I don't even know what it is because I don't do it. Like, it was one of those moments where I was really like, okay, am I being punked? This is like office hazing because I'm the last person in the building you should be asking to do this. They didn't make me do it, and I did eventually get an apology saying, like, sorry, we didn't mean to put so much pressure on you for something you weren't qualified for that we admit now. I did ask why did they ever offer me that? Because it was like a weekend thing. And I did ask, like, why was I offered this when I have nothing on my resume that even comes close to being qualified for that? I never got an answer on that. Nobody ever answered me. I felt like there was a mistake. Like maybe somebody else had my last name and they emailed the wrong person. I really do. Uh, Hannah, we need you in a meeting at 1 o'clock in the boardroom. Jerry Roach and Katie Bestie will be there. Kay Bestie. Okay, I'm sorry. These people's names are Roach and Bestie. I assume this is the Roach that Christian was talking to and ordered him to fire Jack Hyde. So he knows that Christian Grey owns the company and he knows that Anastasia Steele is his girlfriend. So at least one person in the room is going to know exactly why this 21-year-old bimbo slut is now his boss. Because I'm sorry, but these two people have to be thinking that she is just an extreme gold digger, slut whore, con artist. And I said the same thing about the other series, the Mr. series, that Maxim's friends would be thinking, Alessia, that was her name. I couldn't remember. Alessia was her name. That she was a gold digging slut whore con artist, which that would have been a much better ending. This is absolutely what these people are going to be thinking about Anastasia. Like, and rightly so. What the fuck else are you supposed to think? It's the only option. Right. Yeah. I did take it on once, but only because I knew I could actually do it. The other 3 times I said no. Two of them are kind of questionable on my saying no, but the safety one I won't be told I was wrong on. I'm not putting somebody else in danger because I'm incompetent. And at least I know and will admit when I'm incompetent at something. But seriously, the last names of the bosses are Roach and Bestie. And it actually says that. Bestie. That is Bestie, right? I'm not having a dyslexia moment and it says like beluga whale or something. You know, the company president and vice president. All the editors will be attending. Hey, you just got promoted to editor-in-chief. Here's a meeting of the full board to walk into. God, if you're ready to jump out a window. Shit. Do I need to prepare anything? No, this is just an informal gathering we do once a month. Lunch will be provided. And it just happens to be today. They have an informal once a month full board meeting. It's not informal, you fucking twit. Holy shit. I checked through the current roster of Jack's authors. Yes, I've pretty much got those nailed. I have the 5 manuscripts he was championing, plus 2 more, which really should be considered for publication. I take a deep breath. I cannot believe it's lunchtime already. The day has flown by and I'm loving it. You didn't do fuck all day! There's been so much to absorb this morning. A ping from my new calendar announces an appointment that... Hold on, I have to school somebody on how YouTube works. Wait, it was on the other page. Where am I? I'll be there. I hang up. Oh, yeah, blah, blah, blah. My phone buzzes. It's him, in reception. Claire's voice is hushed. Who? For a second, I think it might be Christian. The blonde god. Ethan? Oh, what does he want? I immediately feel guilty for not having called him. Ethan, dressed in a checked blue shirt and white t-shirt and jeans, beams at me when I appear. Wow, you look hot, Steele. Okay, sorry, guys in the chat, have you ever just to one of your female friends when you're like meeting them for lunch or whatever just said, damn girl, you look hot? To somebody who was just a friend and nothing more? He gives me a quick hug. Is everything okay? I ask. He frowns. Everything's fine, Anna. I just wanted to see you. I haven't heard from you in a while, and I wanted to check how Mr. Mogul was treating you. I can't remember. Is Ethan the roommate's brother or the roommate's fuck toy? They both have names that start with E. One's the brother, one's the fuck toy who's Christian's brother. I don't remember which one this is. Not that they're really, like, distinguishable in any way. If they were the same character, it wouldn't matter. I flush and can't help my smile. Okay, Ethan exclaims, holding up his hands. I can tell by the secret smile I don't want to know anymore. I came by on the off chance you could do lunch. I'm enrolling at Seattle for psych courses in September, for my master's. Oh, Ethan, so much has happened. I have a ton to tell you, but right now I can't. I have a meeting. An idea hits me hard, and I wonder if you can do me a really, really, really big favor. I clasp my hands together in supplication. Stop it! Is he? Whose brother? Wait, which? They're both brothers. One is Kate's brother, one is Christian's brother. Which brother? Sure, he says, bemused by my pleading. I'm supposed to be having lunch with Christian and Elliot's sister. But I can't get hold of her, and this meeting's just been sprung on me. Will you take lunch for me, please? Okay, so is Elliot Kate's sister? Elliot is... Okay, Elliot is Elliot... Okay, so Ethan is Kate, the roommate's brother. Okay, so I think, yeah, this is Kate, the roommate's brother, but Kate is away with Elliot in Barbados, I believe. Still? I don't know. They had to write them out for the entire book because they're useless. Aw, Anna, I don't want to babysit some brat. Please, Ethan. I give him the biggest, bluest, longest eyelashed look I can manage. Stop with the hyphens on multiple words. It's stupid. He rolls his eyes and I know I've got him. You'll cook me something? He mutters. Sure, whatever, whenever. So where is she? She's due here now. As if on cue, I can hear her voice. Anna, she calls from the front door. We both turn and there she is, all curvaceous and tall with her sleek black bob, wearing a mint green mini dress and matching high-heeled pumps with straps around her slim ankles. I do like pumps with an ankle strap, I will say. Those are, I think they're only proper fuck me heels if they have an ankle strap. She looks stunning. The brat, he whispers, gaping at her. Yes, the brat that needs babysitting. I whisper back, Hi, Mia. I give her a quick hug and she stares rather blatantly at Ethan. Mia, this is Ethan, Kate's brother. Okay, we have confirmed. Are you serious? Are you serious? There's no actor listed for Ethan? Because he's in the movies. He fucks Kate a lot. What? There's gotta be an actor listed because he's in. I know he's in them. Because Anastasia and Christian walk in on them fucking on the couch. I know he's in them. The fuck? Actually, serious? There's no actor listed for Ethan? Seriously? Ah! I feel bad for that guy. he's Kate's brother. Okay, I confused the two. Okay, but he's Kate's brother. Is he not in the movies? Okay, Elliot. Okay, I was confusing them again. Elliot is in the movies because the Christian Anastasia walking on them fucking. So Ethan, her brother, is not in the movies at all. Okay, I guess he didn't make the screen cut. I'm sorry, I got confused. I got confused, but would it really be so fair? Would you put it past these books? I've been at this for 4.5 hours. I'm getting tired. I really do need some food. Oh, my stomach didn't like food. Okay, maybe I need some crackers. Okay, so he got left. Yeah, probably that's what it is Ethan is not actually in the movies, which just makes it all the more confusing. Whatever, this is the only scene he's gonna be in anyway. Ethan's agreed to take you if that's okay. Can we have a rain check? Sure, she says quietly. Mia, quiet? This is novel. You've met this person once, you don't know fuck all about her. Yeah, I'll take it from here. Laters, Anna, Ethan says, offering Mia his arm. She accepts it with a shy smile. She's like hooking up with somebody else. Don't pretend they're gonna be. Stop it. You are not Twilight. You are not having adopted siblings hook up all the time. Shut up. Excuse me. Bye, Anna. Mia turns and mouths to me. Oh my god. Giving me an exaggerated wink. Okay, it's already established that she is seeing somebody and in a fairly committed relationship, so why is she drooling over Kate's brother? She likes him. I wave at them as they leave the building. I wonder what Christian's attitude is about his sister dating. The thought makes me uneasy. She's my age, so he can't object, can he? Really? He objects to you, like, eating with the wrong fork. How do you think he feels about men who try to bang his baby sister? Well, either he has them investigated and secretly murdered, or he doesn't care at all. I'm going to go with doesn't care at all because it's very well established that he doesn't feel any connection to his adopted family. And he doesn't think that they have any connection to him or love him or care about him. That's why he's surprised when they show up at his apartment after his helicopter crashes. Didn't that happen in this book, by the way? Wasn't that in the second one that the helicopter crash happened? Or is that entirely made up for the movie? I can't remember. Because shouldn't it have happened by now? Or is that like the cliffhanger on this one? I don't think so, because it's in the middle of the movie. I mean, the movies are shit, but is the helicopter thing not in the book? Because I really think it should have happened by now. It does happen after Jack gets fired, though, and he just got fired. That's true. So maybe it'll still happen in this. Maybe it's in the third one and I'm misremembering? No, the third one starts with the wedding, doesn't it? I don't know. It was too long ago. I gotta find the third book. I don't know where I put it. Because I had it to take pictures and then I put them away and now I don't know where they are. But I'll find it. It was the second movie, right? Okay, thank you for confirming. Yeah, because as far as I know, at least they didn't move anything entirely from book to book. So if it was in the second movie, then it is in the second book. It's probably just like the last 10 pages or something. Or it's not in the book. I don't know. I don't remember. Like, this might as well be blind because I don't remember reading any of this. Like, I know I got a little bit into the third one. I think I got about a third of the way through it. And after that, it's truly blind. But I don't remember any of this. I literally haven't read these since the movies came out. Yeah, they've been collecting dust. This is Christian we're dealing with. My snarky subconscious is back. Hatchet mouth, cardigan on. and purse in the crook of her arm. I shake off the image. Me as a grown woman, and Christian can be reasonable, can't he? Yes, he can. He just doesn't see a reason to because nobody makes him. I dismiss this thought and head back to my office to prep for the meeting. It's 3:30 when I return. The meeting went well. I've even secured approval to accept the 2 manuscripts I was championing. I, it's a heady feeling. Oh, what? I attended the meeting and got my own way. I'm not possibly questioning why this is. On my desk, there's an enormous wicker basket crammed with stunning white and pale pink roses. Wow, the fragrance alone is heaven. I smile as I pick up the card. I know who sent them. Congratulations, Miss Steele, and all on your own. No help from your overly friendly neighborhood megalomaniac, wrong word, you should have used megalomaniacal, CEO, Love, Christian. Okay, the fact that he had to put it in writing that it was all her just says it was all him. Now we have more emails. I pick up my BlackBerry and email him. You know the rules, no headers, no footers, shut up. Her to him, my favorite type of maniac. Now I'm hearing Sarah Paulson in Asylum, American Horror Story Asylum. Help! The maniac's escaping! I'm sorry, I don't know if somebody punched her in the throat right before she gave that line, but it's like the worst delivery. And even she, when hearing it back years later, said like, oh my god, what was wrong with me? The answer to that was probably that in the following scene, she had to run outside in freezing cold rain, and they made her film that for like 6 hours, and she got really sick. So they probably picked up that line afterwards, and that's why she sounds like crap. Thank you for the beautiful flowers. They arrived in a huge wicker basket, which makes me think of picnics and blankets. Him to her. Maniac, eh? Dr. Flynn may have something to say about that. You want to go on a picnic? We could have fun in the great outdoors, Anastasia. How is your day going, baby? Oh my. Excuse me. Oh my. That really is as good as that impression's gonna get. I feel bad. Like, my apologies to George Takei, who I really worship. And it's very clear that I had like such an adoration of him as a child because I could read that he was closeted, and that's why I liked him. Oh my, flesh in reading his response. Her to him. The day has flown by. I've hardly had a moment to myself to think about anything other than work. I think I can do this. I'll tell you more when I'm home. Outdoors sounds interesting. Love you, A. P.S. Don't worry about Dr. Flynn. My phone buzzes. It's Claire from reception, desperate to know who sent the flowers and what happened to Jack. Holed up in the office all day, I've missed the gossip. I tell her quickly the flowers are from my boyfriend and that I know very little about Jack's departure. My BlackBerry buzzes and I have another email from Christian. Him to her. Not to worry. Later's baby. Okay, I don't know what the point of that was. At 5:30, I clean up my desk. I can't believe how quickly the day has gone. You've said this 5 times in as many lines. Shut up. I have to get back to Escala and prepare to meet Dr. Flynn. I haven't even had time to think of questions. You did fuck all morning. Perhaps today we can have an initial meeting and maybe Christian will let me see him again. I shrug off the thought as I dash out of the office, waving a quick goodbye to Claire. I've also got Christian's birthday to think about. I know what I'm going to give him. I'd like him to have it tonight before we meet Flynn, but how? Besides, beside the parking lot is a small store selling touristy trinkets. Inspiration hits me and I duck inside. Oh, this is that stupid keychain thing. Christian's on his BlackBerry, standing and staring out at the glass wall as I enter the great room a half hour later. Turning, he beams up at me and wraps up his call. Ross, that's great. Tell Barney we'll go from there. Goodbye. He strides over to me and I stand shyly in the entranceway. He's changed now into a white t-shirt and jeans, all bad boy and smoldering. Whoa. He is not John Travolta in Grease. Stop it! Good evening, Miss Steele, he murmurs and he bends to kiss me. Congratulations on your promotion. He wraps his arms around me. He smells delicious. You've showered. I just had a workout with Claude. Oh. Managed to knock him on his ass twice. Christian beams, boyish and pleased with himself. His grin is infectious. That doesn't happen often? No. Very satisfying when it does. Hungry. I shake my head. What? He frowns at me. I'm nervous. About Dr. Flynn. Me too. How was your day? He releases me and I give him a brief summary. He listens attentively. Oh, there's one more thing I should tell you, I add. I was supposed to have lunch with Mia. He raises his eyebrows, surprised. You never mentioned that. I know, I forgot. I couldn't make it because of the meeting, and Ethan took her out to lunch instead. His face darkens. I see. Stop biting your lip. I'm going to freshen up, I say, changing the subject and turning to leave before he can react any further. Okay, you should not have to leave the room because your spouse is about to blow their shit. Yeah, really. I think she made like a world record breaking paperclip chain. But as we've established, she's been at this job for a week and a half, is now editor in chief, and has not done fuck all the entire time. And the entire board knows that her boyfriend owns the company now, and that that's the only reason she has any job, let alone is the boss of almost everybody in the building. She's like third in command. All right, last glass. We got like 10 pages left. We're going to power through. And then I am going to take a vacuum to my sinuses so I can hopefully sleep tonight. I really need to get some more pillows so I can sleep sitting up some nights. I used to have like 5 or 6, but then they slowly got turned into dog pillows, and then, they get destroyed and you throw them out. And then you forget to buy more pillows. So it is one of those things. Pillows and sheets and anything like bed related are things that I will only buy when they're on sale because they're way overpriced anyway. And sheets are fucking ridiculous. Even paying $20 for like a 3-piece set, I have a problem with. It's too much money. But every spare penny right now is going to get me the Until Dawn game. Okay, after 10 years, they finally put it out on PC and I can't afford to buy it. That is cruel and unusual, and the universe just being really mean to me. So somehow I am going to figure out how to get that game and live stream the fuck out of it. 10 years. 10 years it took them to put it out on PC. 10 fucking years. And then they don't announce it properly, so I don't know what's coming. So I can't, spend 6 months putting the money aside to buy the game. No, we're just going to blast it out and say we remastered it. And by the way, we finally put it out on PC. We just didn't tell anyone ahead of time. Bitch. Only decent game to come out all year. Everything else has sucked. Even things that I anticipated and wanted that, kind of looked good. I don't think I've bought it. Have I even bought a game this year? This entire year? Really? No, because there's no Pokemon games, so I didn't buy those. There's been no main series Mario titles, so I didn't buy those. There was the Princess Peach game, but I was sus because the last one, so I didn't buy it. And I watched other people play it, and then checked out reviews. And from what I've seen myself, I don't want it, so I didn't buy that. No, I don't think I've bought it. I don't think I've bought a game this entire year. That's across all platforms. I mean, really, I only play like PC and Switch these days, but no, I don't think I've bought a single title all year. Which kind of tells you the state of gaming sucks right now. But Nintendo's been in a hole the last 5 years. I think the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet were the last games I bought that were Nintendo. And those are what, like 4 years old now? And they were not worth it. I'm officially not buying the next Pokemon titles unless they are re-releases of previous games. If they're new, I'm not buying them when they come out because they suck. I mean, seriously, Nintendo should be giving refunds for Scarlet and Violet because they're so fucking half-assed. They weren't even finished. They were borderline not playable. And there was so much goddamn copy pasta. And then no story. Nothing interesting. Nothing worth doing. Like, disgusting waste of money. And those games are expensive. Those are like $100 each. But they really should have given people their money back and apologized for that one, because they really did just rip people off that time. They really did. Which is probably why it's been 3 or 4 years since a new Pokemon title. Fans are mad. But yeah, there's just been nothing worth buying. Now they finally port this after 10 goddamn years, and they don't give me time to be able to play it. I mean, don't they think I want to make Emily survive to the end just so I can have everybody yell at me because they hate her character? When in fact, I think she's the most realistic of all the characters. I hate Sam. I hate Sam and Jess completely. And I forget which one is Mike, but Mike. Like Emily and probably Emily and Josh are probably the 2 characters in that game that I would save the most. And you can't even spoilers. You can't save Josh. He's doomed either way. Which pisses me off. I think you should be able to save him. Because he's very sympathetic when you think about it. Like, him and Emily are the 2 people that actually deserve to live, and one you can't save, and one is the hardest person to keep alive. And the only person that you have the option of literally shooting them in the face at one point. Which tells you they wanted you to hate this character. The problem is they didn't do anything to justify it because she's the most logical and rational person in the whole thing. It's everybody else who does the stupid shit that gets everybody killed. Dr. Flynn's office is a short drive from Christian's apartment. I'm amazed Dr. Flynn doesn't come to him, because seriously, everybody else comes to him. Anastasia's OBGYN comes to him to give her birth control in his apartment. Like, come on. Very handy, I muse, for emergency sessions. I usually run here from home, Christian says as he parks my Saab. So he's already driving her car. She's gotten to drive it like once, and he's driving her car again. This is a great car. He smiles at me. I think so too. I smile back at him. Christian, I gaze anxiously at him. What is it, Anna? Here. I pull a small black gift box from my purse. This is for your birthday. I want to give it to you now, but only if you promise not to open it until Saturday, okay? He blinks at me in surprise and swallows. Okay, he murmurs cautiously. Taking a deep breath, I hand it to him, ignoring his bemused expression. He shakes the box and it produces a very satisfactory rattle. He frowns. I know he's desperate to see what it contains. Then he grins, his eyes alight. Excuse me. Ow, hiccups, damn it. With youthful, carefree excitement. Oh, pool water up the nose feeling. Ew, 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 ew. Ugh. You can't open it until Saturday, I warn him. I get it, he says. Why are you giving this to me now? He pops the box into the inside pocket of his blue pinstripe jacket, close to his heart. Aww. Because I can, Mr. Gray. His mouth twists with wry amusement. Miss Steele, you stole my line. We're ushered into Dr. Flynn's palatial office by a brisk and friendly receptionist. She greets Christian warmly. A little too warmly for my taste. She's old enough to be his mother, and he knows her name. I would hope so! I would hope he knows her name. He's been going there for how long? Yeah, you should know the receptionist's name. Bye, Nightwolf! Have fun! Don't try to pet any more wolves. I mean, we all know Nightwolf would like to have a pet wolf if he could, but, you know, trying to pet one, not the best idea. The room is understated, pale green with 2 dark green couches facing 2 leather winged chairs. It has the atmosphere of a gentleman's club. How would you know? Dr. Flynn is seated at the desk at the far end of the room. As we enter, he stands and walks over to join us in the seating area. He wears black pants and a pale blue open-necked shirt. No tie. His bright blue eyes seem to miss nothing. Christian, he smiles amicably. John, Christian shakes his hand. You remember Anastasia? How could I forget? Anastasia, welcome. Anna, please, I mumble as he shakes my hand firmly. I do love his English accent. Oh, he's right. Oh my god, he's my last therapist. Dear God. Alright, I have to run to the ladies' room for 2 seconds because I've been drinking a lot of wine. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Hold on. Okay, it smells like KFC near me, and now I'm hungry. It's possible to be hungry and nauseous at the same time. Christian gestures to one of them, and I sit trying to look relaxed, resting my hand on the armrest. Then he sprawls on the other couch beside me so that we're at right angles to each other. A small table with a simple lamp is between us. I note with interest a box of tissues beside the lamp. Every therapist's office needs at least one box of tissues. If you don't have one, you're a crappy therapist. This isn't what I expected. I had in my mind's eye a stark white room with a black leather chaise lounge because she's seen the movie A Dangerous Method too many fucking times. I love that movie. Somebody was asking me about it. I finally met somebody who's actually seen that movie and likes it. And it was like 5 in the morning. I had to go to bed. Oh, but I should dress up as maybe I'll dress up as Keira Knightley for Halloween. Maybe I'll do her from that movie. I don't have the blue overcoat though, or a nightgown like that. No, I really don't have the clothes to do it. I don't know. What am I gonna do for Halloween? Probably nothing. Ugh. Sorry for all this dipping. It can't be helped. I really do deserve the right to tap out at any minute. We've been at it for 5 hours and I'm sick. I'm desperately trying to power through this. Looking relaxed and in control, Dr. Flynn takes a seat in one of the wing chairs and picks up a leather notepad. Christian crosses his legs, his ankle resting on his knee, and stretches one arm along the back of the couch. Reaching across with his other hand, he finds my hand on the armrest and gives it a reassuring squeeze. Christian has requested you accompany him to one of our sessions. Dr. Flynn begins gently. Just so you know, we treat these sessions with absolute confidentiality, except when you show up at a ball that his parents are giving and announce in a public room to all and sundry that you are his therapist! Fucking quack. I raise my eyebrows at Flynn, halting him mid-speech. Oh, I've signed an NDA. I murmur, embarrassed that he stopped. Both Flynn and Christian stare at me, and Christian releases my hand. Oh, I thought that was, for a second, I actually thought that was the therapist saying that he signed an NDA, which no qualified therapist would ever fucking do, but it's her. A non-disclosure agreement. Dr. Frinn's brows furrow and he glances quizzically at Christian. Christian shrugs. You start all your relationships with women with an NDA? Dr. Flynn asks him. The contractual ones, I do. Dr. Flynn's lip twitches. You've had other types of relationships with women, he asks, and he looks amused. No, Christian answers after a beat, and he looks amused too. Okay, I'm sorry, but how bad is this fucking therapist if he knows that Christian only has had relationships with submissives that he's domed, which he clearly does, but doesn't know that he makes them all sign NDAs? What the fuck? How shit are you at your job? Like, and this is where I don't subscribe to the bullshit theory that therapists shouldn't ask questions or press patients to talk about things. Because if you're just sitting there letting somebody talk, they'll talk about anything. They'll make up whatever just to fill time. You have to ask relevant fucking questions. Therapy is not meant to be a blind gab session. You're supposed to guide it and go after intended results by confronting direct and specific things. Like, this is why my first therapist was a fucking moron that I would still like to bash her goddamn brains in. For all of the damage she has done to my entire life, up to and including today, and still continuing, but she's oblivious and stupid. And I have no way to contact her or make her fix her bullshit. Plus, the person who wrote it's probably dead. So I can't fix what she did. She fucked up my life forever by being stupid. And the fact that I was a minor and couldn't tell her to not do certain things was also a problem. And the fact that, again, she was stupid. Incredibly, exceedingly stupid. You know, people don't get how much therapy can fuck you over. Not that I haven't had a good therapist or two. I definitely have, and they're great, and I wish I still had them. One of them died. I wish they hadn't. I would give anything to still be with that person right now. But when therapists are bad, Jesus Christ, the damage they can do. In fact, they never get held fucking accountable. There's still like 3 states where it's legal for therapists to sleep with their patients. Like, that's disgusting on so many levels. Yes! Thank you, Snickerdoodles! That's what I am saying! Yes, this is the same therapist that showed up to an auction and tried to buy his patient's girlfriend. I'm not wondering why he's a shit therapist. I'm saying he is a shit therapist. But yeah, he's up there with the therapist in Split, okay? I love the movie Split. I absolutely love it. I think it's Shyamalan's best work. Yes, I put it above Sixth Sense, and I will argue that with anybody, anytime, anywhere. You name the time and place, I can defend myself on that. But it does have the worst movie therapist ever. And you know what's fucking hilarious? Shyamalan cast, I think her name is Betty Buckley. I think I'm not making that up. I think her actual name is like Betty Buckley or something like that. But the lady who plays the therapist, Shyamalan cast her in that as the therapist in Split as an apology because he cast her as the crazy old lady in The Happening. And that movie got so panned, as did her performance, though really she was the best part of the whole movie. And it was down to the writing, not her. She was exemplary by all accounts. But because the movie got so panned and she didn't get, like, you know, recognized for being very good in a bad movie, Shyamalan cast her in Split as an apology for all that and somehow wound up writing her as the worst therapist in the history of ever. She was so incompetent she gets multiple people, including herself, killed. Even though she has the secret to, like, quote, stop the beast and not die, she doesn't use it. She leaves it as information for the final girl, who is Anya Taylor-Joy. People forget Anya Taylor-Joy is in that before anyone knew who she was. That was her groundbreaking role, was being in Split. Probably not. I actually could see Christian Grey being strap-on by a therapist is being quite beneficial to him. As I thought, Dr. Flynn turns his attention back to me. Well, I guess we don't have to worry about confidentiality, but may I suggest that the two of you discuss this at some point? As I understand, you're no longer entering into that kind of contractual relationship. Different kind of contract, hopefully, Christian says softly, glancing at me. I flush and Dr. Flynn narrows his eyes. Anna, you'll have to forgive me, but I probably know a lot more about you than you think. Christian's been very forthcoming. Don't you love it when somebody tells somebody else all about you? Isn't that always so great to discover when you walk up to them and they're like, oh, so-and-so's told me all about you. This is a reason for me to break up with somebody, by the way. Don't talk about me without me to anyone. I don't care if it's your mom. You don't fucking tell anybody about me. I do not tolerate people gossiping or talking behind my back, which all of it is, by the way. If you're talking about me and I'm not part of the conversation, then you're talking behind my back and you can fuck off in perpetuity. I glance nervously at Christian. What has he said? An NDA? He continues. That must have shocked you. I blink at him. Oh, I think the shock of that is paled into insignificance given Christian's most recent revelations. I answer, my voice soft and hesitant. I sound so nervous. I'm sure. Dr. Flynn smiles kindly at me. So, Christian, what would you like to discuss? Christian shrugs like a surly teen. Anastasia wanted to see you. Perhaps you should ask her. Dr. Flynn's face registers as surprise once more and he gazes shrewdly at me. Holy shit, this is mortifying. I gaze down at my fingers. Would you be more comfortable if Christian left us for a while? My eyes dart to Christian and he's gazing at me expectantly. Yes, I whisper. Christian frowns and opens his mouth but closes it again and stands in one swift, graceful movement. I'll be in the waiting room, he says, his mouth flat, in a flat, grumpy line. Oh no. Thank you, Christian, Dr. Flynn says impassively. Christian gives me one long, searching look and then stalks out of the room. But he doesn't slam the door. Phew. I immediately relax. Okay, she's so attuned to his fucking rage and being the target of it all the time that she's literally, the term is walking on eggshells. It's often used with bipolar, but it's more applies to borderline, which is what he's doing right now. But the fact that she literally for the last 50 pages has done nothing but monitor and react to his mood and be afraid that he's about to get violent at any moment. If this is your day-to-day life in a relationship, end it and run. That doesn't surprise. He intimidates you. Yes, but not as much as he used to. I feel disloyal, but it's the truth. Okay, I'm sorry. If you have to justify, well, he's not as scary as he was 2 weeks ago. What is wrong with you? Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Ow. I think that was trying to be a hiccup. It just came up in pieces. Dr. Flynn, I've never been in a relationship before, and Christian is, well, he's Christian. Over the last week or so, a great deal has happened. I haven't had a chance to think through things. What do you need to think through? I glance up at him. His head is cocked to one side as he gazes at me with compassion. I think, well, Christian tells me he's happy to give up. I stumble and pause. This is so much more difficult to discuss than I imagined. Dr. Flynn sighs. Anna, in the very limited time that you've known him, you've made more progress with my patient than I have in the last 2 years. You've had a profound effect on him. You must see that. Okay, so this is where I draw the line that Christian has bribed this therapist, probably for $1 million or so, to help him convince this naive lump of clay slave woman to be his bride forever. Because no therapist fucking says this, and if you've been his therapist for 2 years and didn't know about the NDA agreements, again, you suck at your job! This is what I mean by this guy is a charlatan. He is not a real therapist. He is getting paid to tell Christian Grey whatever the fuck he wants to hear. That's why he doesn't know any details about anything, and why he's willing to say to someone that to him is just a fucking whore, a con artist slut whore for all he knows, and that's exactly how she comes across and what she should be if this was real. That you've done more for my patient in 2 years? Well, doctor, therapist, idiot, if that's true, you should be burning your own diploma and closing your practice because you're obviously terrible at what you do. Thank you, persnickety. I couldn't think of the exact words, and I'm stuffy and I sound stupid right now, but that is exactly what I meant. Yes, living in constant fear of him yelling and snapping or getting violent or raping her again or beating her again, which is what the book called it. They called it beating, not spanking, so I'll continue to do so and fuck anybody who's arguing with me. And yes, people are arguing with me. Like, he means spanking. He doesn't really mean hitting her. Well, then why does the book call it hitting? Shut your face. He's had a profound effect on me, too. I just don't know if I'm enough to fill his needs, I whisper. Is that what you need from me? Reassurance? Tell me this guy's been bought off without telling me he's been bought off. I nod. Needs change, he says simply. Christian has found himself in a situation where his methods of coping are no longer effective. Very simply, you've forced him to confront some of his demons and rethink. He has not done any of that. He has absolutely not done any of that. He's just decided, I want her, she doesn't want this, that I usually do, therefore I will stop doing the thing I usually do in order to keep her, but while slowly manipulating her into doing the thing I usually do so eventually I can have it all. That is what Christian Grey has done. I blink at him. This echoes what Christian has told me. Yes, his demons, I murmur. I don't remember any of this. Why is none of this in the movie? This would have made such a better scene than the entire, mass ball bullshit, which I actually kind of like because I like mass balls. But it's so stupid that I would much rather have this scene than that scene. We don't dwell on them. They're in the past. Christian knows what his demons are, as do I. No, you don't. And now I'm sure you do too. I'm much more concerned with the future and getting Christian to a place where he knows what he wants to be. I frown and he raises an eyebrow. The technical term is SFBT. Sorry, that stands for Solution Focused Brief Therapy. This is a made up fucking term. I know it is. This is a made up term, or this is a bullshit steal your money term, if it even exists, which I don't think that it does, because I think it's made up for this book along with the mini pill, because it sounds exactly the same. It's quick fix, stupid solution bullshit that doesn't fucking work. And that's why Dr. Flynn is not a real doctor and why he is just a charlatan and in it for the money, and he's found a rich client that he can make millions of dollars off of while offering absolutely no help or support because he's offering a quicksy fixy miracle solution. And now thinks that Anastasia is the answer to that. Why do I have crusties under my eye? There's 10 more pages of this, fucking seriously. I'm so tired. I'm trying to see if there's a good place to stop. There isn't. It's all it's all the same. It's all, the whole rest of the chapter is in this section. All right, I'm giving it till 2, then I'm getting off the line, even if we're not done. I don't care if I have 5 words left. Essentially, it's goal-oriented. We concentrate on where Christian wants to be and how to get him there. It's a dialectic approach. You made that up. Christian There's no point in breastbeating about the past. All that's been picked over by every physician, psychologist, and psychiatrist Christian's ever seen. Fair point. There is such a thing as being overanalyzed. That's absolutely true. We know why he is the way he is, but it's the future that's important, where Christian envisions himself and where he wants to be. It took you walking out on him to make him take this form of therapy seriously. So he did it for 2 years without taking it seriously? At what point are you a hack for accepting money for a treatment that's clearly not working that your patient doesn't even believe in? It's that simple. And that he realizes that his goal is a loving relationship with you. It's that simple, and that's what we're working on now. Of course, there are obstacles. His hep phobia, for one. Okay, again, no qualified therapist is going to use bullshit terms with a layperson. His what? I gasp. I'm sorry. I mean his fear of being touched, Dr. Flynn says, shaking his head as if scolding himself, which I'm sure you're aware of. I nod and flush. Oh, that. He has morbid self-abhorrence. I'm sure that comes as no surprise to you. And of course, there's the parasomnia, night terrors. Sorry, to the layperson. He wasn't having night terrors, he was having a nightmare. Nightmares and night terrors are two different things. I have experienced both of them, I know the difference. He was having a nightmare, not a night terror, because author is stupid. Ugh. I swear, sometime in the near future, I'm going to be able to take a deep breath again. Ugh. I blink at him, trying to absorb all these long words. Oh, God, way to tell me she's stupid without telling me she's stupid. There are no long words in that, you stupid. You're supposed to be college age and you think these are long words? Shut the fuck up. Did E.L. James even graduate kindergarten? Seriously. But he's a sadist. Surely as such, he has needs I can't fulfill. Dr. Flynn actually rolls his eyes and his mouth presses into a hard line. I'm sorry, he just did the 2 signature Christian Grey things. I'm sorry, but have these two fucked? What? That's no longer recognized as a psychiatric term. I don't know how many times I've told him that. It's not even classified as a paraphilia anymore, not since the 90s. Okay, it's true. Being a sadist is no longer a recognized mental disorder, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist, you fucking idiot! How stupid is this guy? Just because something is no longer... You know what else used to be classified as mental illness? Being gay. Till about 1965. Depends on different countries. But that, being gay was classified as mental illness until then. And a criminal act. Still is in some places. Being a sadist, as far as I'm aware, was never actually classified as a mental health disorder. Things that involve sadism, yes. Exactly being a sadist is a mental health disorder? No. As for being a paraphilia, it is, you fucking twit, if you know what that means. I'm calling it quits. We got 10 pages left. The next chapter's like 30 pages. It'll work out perfectly. And then we've got exactly 4 chapters for the rest of the book. I'm done. It is 1:15 in the morning. I'm done. I read 40 pages of this shit. I'm done. I'm over it. This therapist is too much for somebody who has spent half her life in therapy and could have been a goddamn good therapist. I cannot, and it works out perfectly because exactly from this point there are 40 pages for next week. So we're calling it quits. I'm done. I've had it. I need a drink and some weed and some food, and I cannot deal with more fucking asshole therapist useless bullshit who clearly has been bought to just cajole her into all of this. This is a setup, all of it. This is bullshit. Like his bullshit gaslighting, emotional confession crap. I cannot. I'm done. We're calling it a night. I need to go lay down and vacuum out my head. Thank you all for being here. I really do mean that. I'm sorry. I'm such a bitch tonight. But thank you everyone for being here. I love you all very, very much. Please come back next week when hopefully I will be in a better mood. Consider sponsoring a duck and above all love on a fur baby. because they are the most important things to life, the universe, and the history of everything. So I hope I will see you all here next week. I hope you had a good time and some good laughs. Love you all. I am Insane Lane. Bye bye.